네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후
Some housekeeping
10시부터
remarks.
2020
From 10 o'clock, we will resume for the second day of Seoul Urban Regeneration International Conference 2020 here at the Seoul On Conference Hall. You will be able to participate in real time via our official YouTube channel.
2020 Seoul Urban Regeneration International Conference, and it is being held live at the Seoul On Conference Room at City Hall. And we would also like to inform you that the conference will be streamed live on our Seoul City official YouTube channel to home and abroad. 네, 그리고 본 행사는 컨퍼런스 내용에 대한 참가자들의 이해를 돕기 위해서 동시 통역이 같이 제공이 됩니다. 잠시 후에 시작하도록 하겠습니다. And we also provide simultaneous interpretation to better the understanding of all of our audiences. We will soon begin. Thank you very much. 네, 서울시청의 화상회의 스튜디오 서울 온 컨퍼런스룸에서 진행되고 있는 2020 서울 도시재생 국제 컨퍼런스 2일차에 참여해 주신 여러분 대단히 감사합니다. 저는 어제에 이어서 오늘도 같이 인사드리게 된 조주연입니다. 인사드리겠습니다. 네, 고맙습니다. 세계 각국에서 그리고 국내와 또 국외에서 함께 참여를 해주고 계시는데요. 다시 한번 감사드리겠습니다.
Thank you for your participation, both home and abroad. We are streaming the conference live on the official YouTube channel. We do have a day filled with very interesting sessions.
So ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to the Seoul Urban Regeneration International Conference 2020. And today is day 2. Thank you once again for your participation. And also, we would like to extend our deepest gratitude to all of our audiences, participants, as well as speakers. We have another fully packed day full of contents and ideas. So we hope that you will stay with us until the end of our conference. 네, 오늘의 첫 번째 세션인 세션 2를 이제 곧 시작할 예정입니다. 이번 세션에서는 SH 청년 건축가들이 홍제역 일대의 도시재생 활성화 지역을 중심으로 실시한 도시재생 생활실험실의 결과를 한번 알아볼 텐데요. 코로나19로 인해서 변화가 굉장히 많고 또 필요한 일상 공간에 대한 젊고 참신한 아이디어들에 대해서 좀 기대를 해보겠습니다. So today we start off our session number 2 with the title of Urban Living Labs with Young Architects and the Possibility of Urban Regeneration in the Hongdae Station area. So I believe that it will be a chance for us to learn about the young and inspiring ideas that require transformations due to COVID-19. 네, 그러면은 바로 지역 홍제역 일대 도시 재생 활성화 사업 총괄 코디네이터이신 홍경구 단국대학교 교수님을 연단으로 먼저 모시도록 하겠습니다. 청년과 함께한 도시재생 실험과 홍제역 일대 도시재생 사업 가능성이라는 주제로 발표를 해주시겠습니다. So our first presenter for today will be Professor Hong Kyung-gu, a professor at Danguk University, and he will be delivering a presentation titled Urban Living Labs with Young Architects and the Possibility of Urban Regeneration in Hongdae Station area. 네, 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다. A big applause, please.
Hello everyone. My name is Hong Kyung-gu. I am professor of Danguk University and executive coordinator of Hongdae Station area urban regeneration project. The weather is so fantastic and gives us extra pleasure to gather together here for this international conference. I'd like to extend my gratitude to Seoul Metropolitan Government and Hongdae City Fund, which provided financing for this project. Usually when I am invited to international conference, I have some difficulty in fully expressing myself in English, which is a foreign language for me. But now the technology has evolved, and now I have an opportunity to speak in my mother tongue to express better about our project. And many young students have been with us for this project, and it is an honor for me to make this presentation about our activities together. I'm not sure whether some of you have been to Hongdae. And I think Hongdae is a gateway toward Seoul if you depart from North Korea. And this Tongil Road, which is nearby Hongdae, Dong, is an artery that connects north to south. And in the past, before Republic of Korea or during the Joseon Dynasty, Hongdae was the area where the travelers took a brief rest. Hence the name comes from the area where people take a rest. And after taking a rest, people went to Seoul and went to other area in the southern parts. As you can see, there is this wonderful stream nearby Hongdae, and it is surrounded by mountains. So it is an area blessed with nature. So as you can see from the slide, there are so many wonderful sights in Hongdae. And because of that, residential area was formed. And if you look at history of Hongdae and the city of Seoul, in the 1970s, there were about 10 million or 20 million people living in Seoul. And then nowadays, we have way more than the population in this country. And for the past 5 decades, 35 million people were housed in this country. And there was 3.5 million people in this city. So in the 1950s, the Seoul population was 2.5 million, and now its population has increased to 10 million, more than 10 million. And since Hongdae was a very wonderful place for residential area, it housed this mixed-use building arcade, and a community for artists. And after 2000s, Hongdae started its decline because people moved to other places which provided better living conditions. And as a result, Hongdae's status as a residential area had been eroded. And after that, it was designated as an area for urban regeneration or revitalization. Its total area is 160,000 square meters. Hongdae Station is located at the center, and now the cross-Gangbuk line is being scheduled to be installed in this area. And as you have seen in the statistics, in this area, stores had less revenue, and the number of stores themselves has much declined. You can see the pictures of empty stores and vacant street stalls. Before, it used to have 3,500 or 4,000 stores, and now the number has decreased 1/3. And we also have old buildings. Most of them were built in the 1970s and 1980s, and some of buildings are more than 50 years old. And in line with this, the population is also aging, and the number of residents has been on the decline steadily. Hongdae is a very good location. It is very close to the downtown of Seoul. Sinchon and Hongdae are the areas where young people flock into, and after Sinchon and Hongdae is the area where very close to these bustling areas in downtown Seoul. And if you look at the road, then the inner circle Nebu-Sunano and the Tongil-ro are located here. They are all the huge roads. And if you look at the railroad and subway road, then there is subway line number 3, along with the scheduled cross-Gangbuk line. So it is located in an area where you can reach many parts of Seoul within 10 minutes. And if you look at the slide, then you can see Hongdae is blessed with many advantages, like it is surrounded by mountains, and it has very beautiful streams, and it has its very rich history. And in the 1970s, Hongdae was the area designated as to have the state-of-the-art high-rise building or arcade building, which is Eugene Arcade. The Eugene Arcade is an interesting building. It was built right on the stream after covering the stream. So in the 1970s, it was one of the first mixed-use buildings. And after that, overpass was built, and because of the overpass, one of the buildings of the Eugene Arcade was partly demolished to house the overpass, hence the present shape. And its shape is quite interesting. Before, it had this symmetrical structure, and because of the overpass, some top floors of building B were demolished, and now the remaining parts were rented out to young people, and the other stores are used for commercial activities. It is a mixed-use building. If you look at the city development strategy, then Hongdae is an area which has its advantage as a very good location, and it has a great potential to become an attraction for many people. And if you look at other plans of the Seoul metropolitan government for residential areas. Hongdae also is a very good place, and there's also a plan to create jobs in Hongdae. So in November 2009, Hongdae Dong was designated as a development area to become one of the city centers. And especially, many projects have been planned centering around this Eugene Arcade. And Hongdae stream was covered with concrete to build Eugene Arcade and the parking lots. And now there have been some efforts to uncover Hongdae stream to house art galleries and other spaces for leisure for residents. As for transportation, Gangbuk Cross Line will be built, and the cross-section of subway line number 3 in the Gangbuk Cross Line will also have some underpass for pedestrians. And there are various plans for regeneration for Hongdae Zone 1 and Hongdae Zone 3. So you can see there are various plans to regenerate Hongdae area. And we have 3 pillars for history and for pedestrians and for young entrepreneurs. As for young entrepreneurs, Eugene Arcade will be transformed to be a space for startups and venture companies so that young people can establish their own startups in Eugene Arcade. And as for history and culture, we will create various pedestrian walkways and other spaces that shows the rich history of Hongdae. And we will make our walkways and pedestrian roads safer and more secure. Along with this, the entire project consists of 9 parts based on these pillars for young entrepreneurs, for culture and history, and for pedestrians. There will be various kinds of projects. As for job creation and the startups, Eugene Arcade will be the hub for young entrepreneurs. And to create more foot traffic and leverage digital technology, we will create some streets with various themes like food and other interesting topics. And there will be also engagement by residents. And as for culture and history, there will be various zones that expresses the interesting stories of Hongdae, and the buildings that should be preserved will be renovated to become a space for citizens. And lastly, for pedestrians, we will create more green spaces. We will improve accessibility of Hongdae stream and other various attractions of Hongdae so that the entire parts of Hongdae can be green and walkable. With this aim in mind, we worked with young students. In Seoul, the topic or the objective is to create more creative space and rediscover the existing space in the COVID-19 era. We started our activity in the earliest part of this year, and various interesting ideas were just flowing out from our students. Anyway, the objective is to create relationship between space and residents. The relationship itself can be very distinct and special, and that can create some foundation for regeneration of Hongdae. And we had this online training courses for students so that they can learn some lessons from experts and professionals of various areas. And I'm proud that this project has explored the potential of Hongdae and laid out some very interesting routes to train our students. And various interesting themes were defined to lead these projects. And we had this living lab to work with young students, and very brilliant and innovative ideas are produced in this living lab. Please watch a short video clip to see the short journey that we had together with young students.
네, 교수님 좋은 발표 감사합니다. 이어서 말씀하신 것처럼 본 컨퍼런스 전에 한 달 동안 진행이 되었던 그 도시재생 생활실험실의 기록을 영상으로 만나보실 텐데요. And now we will review the month-long project and what has gone on before this conference for 1 month through the Urban Living Labs project through a video.
Urban Living Labs with young architects and possibility of urban regeneration in Hongdae Station area. With untacked activities replacing contact-based activities as the norm, our lives are also changing. Interactions, communication, and various community activities with residents need to change as well. COVID-19 has made our home and neighborhood more important than before. Against this backdrop, we are taking on new challenges with young architects. Rather than sitting at a desk, we use our everyday places as labs in a way that identifies local problems and innovative solutions to them. The first try for change started with Urban Living Labs for urban regeneration in Hongdae Station area.
나에게 도시 재생이란 생활이다.
원석이라고 생각합니다. 보물찾기라고 생각합니다. 좀 발굴 같아요. 도시 재생을 할 때 그 도시 속에 숨어있는 그런 보물 같은 공간들을 하나하나 찾아서 바꿔나가는
이웃을 만드는 것이라고 저는 생각해요.
Young architects began by sharing concepts and directions for urban regeneration. As small groups, they visited every corner of Hongdae Station area on foot to find everyday places. They came up with small but doable ideas to enhance the vitality of those places. Ideas that were developed in this way will bring about small changes to our home and neighborhood. Urban regeneration not only improves housing environments, but also rediscovers forgotten values of different communities. Even though the COVID-19 pandemic is changing our way of communication and meeting, we will never forget the fundamental values of urban regeneration that are residents and communities. will keep communicating with this changing era, preserving unique values that each community has.
네, 영상 시청 잘 하셨나요? 한 달간의 과정들이 정말 잘 담겨져 있어서 또 참여하신 분들의 참신한 아이디어가 도시재생의 어떤 모습으로 구현이 될지 굉장히 기대가 되고 또 궁금하기도 합니다. So I hope that you enjoyed the video that we had prepared, and I believe that this has raised our expectations for what kind of ideas will be born as a result of the Living Labs. 네, 그럼 첫 번째 우수팀을 한번 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Let's meet the first presentation team. 스튜디오 2U 팀의 이승엽 님이 홍제 호롱을 발표하시겠습니다. So Mr. 승엽 Lee from Studio 2U presents 홍제 호롱. Please greet him with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하십니까. 스튜디오 2U
Good morning.
유하연
As have been introduced, I'm Lee Seung-hyuk of Studio 2U. We try to come up with suggestions to change the ambience of this neighborhood. As you have heard, this was an area called Hongdae, and this was where diplomatic envoys from China would come to prepare to enter the city halls. And so this was where we prepared for international cultural exchange. But if we go to Hongdae today, we can't really see what it was in the past. In the surrounding areas, there is the traditional market, also an elementary school and a traditional market. This area is a prime example of urban renovation because it is outdated and the alleys need to be updated. And the red area is the area that we focused on. This is surrounded by the commercial area, the Catholic church, and the elementary school, as well as the traditional market. Kids going to school and the community going to the market would come at a crossroad here. But this is actually hidden from the large street, and so it is not that visible. The places paved in yellow are the routes that we took pictures of on our site visit. So from the large road into the alley, from the alley into the elementary school, there are many pedestrians going by. Here you can see the path connecting the alleys with the large road. Usually it's frequented by the community going home or the people going to the traditional market. The white roof is where our site is. As you can see, you cannot really see it from the large street outside. Here is the view connecting the Catholic church with the elementary school. You can see the white building, which is our site. This is a closer look at our site. Currently, it is possessed by the Catholic Church, but it is not being used right now. If we utilize this facility, we can connect the Catholic Church with the neighborhood. Here you can see the road leading to the elementary school and the residential area from the traditional market. This tree looked like it was the oldest tree in the neighborhood, and it certainly adds color to the neighborhood. Going past this tree, the alleys lead to the residential areas. You can see that it's very traditional, and you can see that it is a prime example of an old alley. One side is dark because it's blocked, but on the other side, light passes through the trees. It reminds me of the neighborhood that I lived in when I was a boy. And we wanted to show that this is the ambience of Hongdae-dong. We wanted to show what Hongdae-dong looked like at our building. We wanted to make sure that it looks like a gateway into the Hongdae-dong. And so we wanted to play on the fact that one side is dark, but the other side had light penetrating in between the trees. And so you can see that we wanted to play on the shadows coming in through the traditional paper windows of Korea. This is an early sketch of our design. This building is in front of the Catholic Church, and we wanted to create a resting area for the community. We actually wanted to take down the wall next to the street, and we wanted to put curtains on it so that we can connect the structure with the street. This is what it would look like. The curtains could be closed to close off from the noise outside, but you could open the curtains to make sure that it becomes a space that communicates with the outside. It could be a space to rest from the outside noise, but at the same time, you are not isolated from the outside. You could open the curtains and step inside, and this is what it would look like from the inside. It's not just about benches, but it actually has a platform like you would see in traditional Korean structures. On one side, we have curtains, but on the other side, we would plant trees. And so from the inside, you could see out into the trees instead of the street directly. This is a view from the other side, from the back. So you can see the resting area through the trees that are planted around the backside. At night, we could turn on the lights inside, and if we turn on the lights, the trees would have shadows on the curtains. It could be an area of rest when you take a walk during the evenings, and if people are resting inside, you could also see them through their shadows. It could become a beacon for this neighborhood. This is a dark alley, but it would light up the alley and bring color to the alleys even at night. This is a satellite view of the site, and you can see that it is between the large street, the residential area, and the traditional market. And it would also connect the large street with the residential areas by planting trees along the way. This is the original structure. And this is the structure that we built. And so you can see that it would become a place for rest. It could also become a gateway into the traditional market. It could become a cultural space for people to rest in. At night, it would shed light into the alleys, and it would make the alleys safer, and it would add new color to the alleys. And this would be the second structure placed in an alley connecting the residential area and the original site. And you can see that there are curtains to show that it's communicating with the alley, but you can see that this is different because the curtains are on top. So this is what it looks like. The people who are working in the market and the children coming out from the schools could rest under this shade. And it looks like a traditional resting area that you would see in a traditional Korean village. So you would have a resting area as a gate into the neighborhood, and it would act like Hongdae, which was the gate for envoys to come into the city wall. And so it's not just a simple bench placed there, but it would show the color of Hongdae-dong, and it would actually be an extension of what the alley actually looks like. Hongdae-dong is an area that is full of inner city issues, and this area would connect the important parts of the community and to facilitate communication and connection. Thank you very much.
네, 발표하시느라 수고하셨습니다. 이어서 두 번째 우수팀 발표를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. And now we have our second presentation team. 두 번째 우수팀은 굿럭 굴럭인데요. 류명주 님이 홍제 굴럭에 대해서 발표해 주시겠습니다. So our second team is Good Luck Gulluck, and Myungju Ryu will be presenting 홍제 굴럭.
Very great to see you all. My name is Yu Myungju. the stores that sell eggs, and barber shops, and academies, and various types of shops are the places that we frequent to purchase goods, or we go to hypermarkets to buy everything we need. But in Hongdae area, you can see those moms and pops old stores in every corner of those alleys in Hongdae area. Because of the narrow alleys, there are some traffic jams, but in front of your houses, there are trees and plants welcoming and greeting you instead of many cars. Old alleys, traditional markets, those are places far from modern-day convenience, but it is attracting many young people. Because its rents are low, many young people are now relocating to Hongdae area, creating more demand for artisan shops, cafes, and hip places that suit the taste of young people. And when the Hongdae stream was uncovered to show its true color in water, then the change in modernity had finally come to this place to create harmony with some traditional values that this neighborhood holds. And so Hongdae area, which has the long history, has now creating new changes with dynamics that attract young people. And young people are now living with people from all ages. So this is an area that demonstrates the harmony between generations. But still, the young generation is looking for different places from those that are popular with the elderly. And you can see the handcarts, many handcarts in most of the alleys of Hongdae area. They are occupying various places of Hongdae when the alleys are narrow and it is not accessible for cars, and handcarts will be used as a vehicle to go to those places. Handcarts have so many good advantages, like that they are not as dangerous as motorbikes or cars, and that they can go to door and it can carry various items. And we had this idea of put advertising boards on these handcarts to create some profits for the elderly and to lessen the burden of those elderly who pick up waste paper. This is a new type of business to help out the underprivileged elderly. Handcarts are connecting all of us, including the stores, in the houses, and the elderly and the young people. So Hongdae is in a dynamic shift, and handcarts is taking up one part to driving these changes that led to transformation of Hongdae. That is the objective of Hongdae Gulag. Hongdae Gulag was created to take advantage of the old gems of Hongdae and then lead changes in this neighborhood. Regardless of the social standing, income level, or age, Hongdae Gulag wants to create a space where all people from all walks of life and from all generations can live together. So we have made 3 pledges. First one, for those people who use handcarts for livelihood, we will create shelters and we will contribute to their livelihood. And for the neighborhood merchants, we will create a channel to get closer to residents and promote their shops. And for residents in this neighborhood, we will deliver the items and goods in a more convenient way, and then we will provide through some interesting and exciting events. So handcarts will be used to deliver goods and items in this neighborhood. There are so many narrow alleys inaccessible to cars. So the roads colored in orange are not so accessible in cars, but those narrow alleys can be accessed with handcarts. Most of the young people, they buy goods online. So handcarts can be used as a part of system to help these young people to buy various items and services from stores in the narrow alleys of the neighborhood. So the handcarts will pick up goods in recyclable or reusable containers, and then deliver those goods to consumers or the residents in the neighborhood. And after the goods are picked up, the reusable containers will be also delivered back to those stores to facilitate recycling. And we created re-up station, which is more like a bus station for those handcarts. And there can be also a shelter for residents. And this is the place where all kinds of recyclable containers are sorted and separated, and those people who carry the handcarts can take a rest. And we created this re-up station, 5 re-up stations across the neighborhood, and this re-up station can be also a space for a flash or lightning market. And handcarts will be also used in these night market or flash markets. During the nighttime, there will be some flash market where residents can buy some goods of the stores at a discounted price. And in the apartment buildings that is located on the uphill, then the handcarts can also connect the stores to residents of those apartment block. And handcarts can be also used as a vehicle to promote the stores and the goods of those stores. When handcarts go to every door of the neighborhood, the billboard on the side of the handcart will deliver some information about the goods of the stores. And there is also drink box on one side of the handcarts, which can be delivered to residents or the carrier of the handcarts, so that when they take a rest and chat with each other. So the Hongdae Gulak was started with a handcart, which is a very friendly image to all of us, and we created this re-up station for taking a rest, and this re-up card will be used as a vehicle for communication and connection, and it will be also used in the flash market that will be just pop up all across the neighborhood. So these handcarts are very versatile vehicle for connection. Thank you so much.
정말 홍제동은 제가 굉장히 또 좋아하는 동네이기도 한데요. 이 젊은 참신한 아이디어들이 정말 많이 나오는 것 같아서 저도 발표를 같이 듣는 입장에서는 굉장히 즐겁습니다. 활성화하고 또 마케팅할 수 있는 구체적인 아이디어까지 제시를 해주셨습니다. And thank you once again for that great presentation. Hongdae area is also one of the districts that I like very much, and it was great to see as an audience the various different marketing and promotional ideas as well. 그럼 이어서 마지막 우수팀 발표입니다. 조각 모음의 신승아 님이 Map of Mansion을 발표해 주시겠습니다. And so our last presenter from 조각 모음, Ms. 승아 Shin, will be presenting Map of Mansion.
Good morning. As have been introduced, I am Shin Seung-ah of Chogak Moum. Today we would like to present under the title of Map of Mansion. These are pictures of apartment buildings that are to be renovated very soon. We were all born in apartment complexes, and so we think of them as our hometowns, as our heritages that remind us of our childhood. And so we wanted to focus on the apartment buildings from the 70s. They were built to respond to housing shortages in the 70s due to rapid industrialization. So during the 70s, they were built, and they are architectural assets, and they remind us of the origins of Seoul before becoming a cosmopolitan city. If we take a look at Hongdae-dong, it's located on the northern side of the Han River, and it's on the west side of the City Hall, and it was the entrance into the gateways of the city wall. As everyone else has mentioned, it was where Hongdae-won was located. Hongdae-dong is located in Seoul, but people don't picture Seoul when they think of Hongdae-dong. Some people want to search what it is like to raise a child in Hongdae-dong, and many people say that it's Seoul, but it feels rural. They have isolated apartment buildings, but at the same time, the neighbors are kind and there are forests nearby. Here are the plus and minus of Hongdae-dong, and from this we could see that these mansions are growing old without the opportunity to participate in urban regeneration, and so there is new potential for the renewal of this area. The English word mansion means large, luxurious homes, but in Korea, mansion means the apartment buildings built in the early 1970s. Here are the ads in the newspapers when these apartment buildings or mansions were built. At that time, they were built with the latest technologies. Currently, Hongdae-dong is full of these mansions from the 60s and 70s. They were quite fancy in the 60s and 70s. But now, it's 50 years since then. Of course, these mansions were quite prestigious in their heyday, but now they are quite outdated. We believe that these mansions were the sources of urban regeneration. First, we conducted archiving to collect the format of mansions, and we took a look at idle spaces between the mansions so that we can use these idle spaces. So this is the archiving of the format of mansions, and we conducted 3D pictures of these mansions, and we could see that they have some features in common. The mansions that still stand were built with high floor ratios, and so they may actually be reduced in their area if they are rebuilt. And because there is low land ownership, there is low business value, so it's difficult to remove them completely to build something new. So we need to redevelop what we have. Through archiving, here are the idle spaces that we found near the mansions. In the past, these were used for functional purposes, but now they are not needed anymore because of technological development, such as the security office, the chimneys, the semi-basements, and the courtyards. The first is the idle space from security spaces. In the past, men actually sat there in the security offices, but now with CCTVs, they are no longer in use. The second idle space are the chimneys. In the 70s, there was central heating using these chimneys, but since the 90s, we have individual heating, and so these chimneys are no longer being used. And then we also have the semi-basement space. Just like the chimneys, they needed large boiler rooms in the past because of central heating, but now these boiler rooms are empty. The fourth idle space is the courtyard. Mansions were planned on small land plots, and so for ventilation and lighting, they had common spaces in the middle. But since 50 years have passed by, this space is no longer as fancy as it used to be, and residents do not use these courtyards. So here are the list of idle spaces for each apartment complex. How can we change the idle spaces of mansions in Hongdae-dong? The security offices, which are mostly vacant, are located at the front or at the entrance of the complex, so they can actually be used as lighthouses. The chimneys that are traces of central heating methods of the past are given new roles without erasing the history. The semi-basement space that used to be used for boilers can be turned into special spaces, preserving the pipes coming down from each unit. The courtyards, which are open towards the sky, can become warm spaces through renovation. How can the changes of these idle spaces change Hongdae-dong? We wanted to see how this could change through the map of mansion, which is the Hongdae Mansion Guidebook. Here you can see our map of mansion, which is a mini guidebook for the mansions in Hongdae. On one side, you can see the list of mansions in Hongdae and their stories. On the bottom left, you can see the idle spaces that we have found, and these idle spaces can be used to experience the mansions of Hongdae. And on the bottom of the graphics of the mansion, as I mentioned before, there are the stories of the mansions and what to look out for when you actually visit these mansions. The idle spaces that have been found are marked on the left side, and you can also look at them to see how they have changed through renovation. On the back side, we have the map of Hongdae, and the mansions are dotted on the map. And we also have 3 different routes that you can use to walk around in the Hongdae. And while you're walking around, we also marked the best spots for eating so that you can enjoy the space. Here you can see that we have also created a walking course connecting the chimneys, the security offices, and other idle spaces of mansions. And we also can see that these graphics can be designed as postcards, and you can actually collect these postcards as you walk through the area. Map of Mansion is our suggestion of a guidebook, and we believe that these mansions can be the start of the urban renovation. Our generation actually grew up in apartment buildings, and so we actually have a warm spot for these mansions. And so 50 years ago, these mansions were built, and they're still standing in Hongdae, and that caught our interest. While we are archiving mansions, we found idle spaces that lost its function, but we believe that they could become unique sources for renovating this area. The changes in the 4 idle spaces of mansions can be imagined, and it could be renovated, and it could be delivered and conveyed through Map of Mansion. Thank you very much.
네, 발표하시느라 수고 많으셨습니다. 저희 3번째 팀까지 발표 모두 다 들어봤습니다. And yes, that was the 3rd presentation, and I hope that you enjoyed the presentations as well. 네, 발표해 주신 모든 분들께 다시 한번 감사드리면서 지금 잠시 휴식 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. 저희 휴식 시간을 가지고 11시부터 다시 우수팀 발표에 대한 전문가 리뷰로 다시 찾아뵙겠습니다. So now we will take a short break until 11 a.m. and we will come back and discuss with the expert reviews. Thank you very much. 네, 다시 함께 해주셔서 감사합니다. 시작 전에 잠시 안내 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 저희 코로나19 감염 확산 예방을 위해서 현장 방역을 모두 완료하였으며 또 참석자 모두 체온 체크를 완료한 상태입니다. 세션이 진행되는 동안에는 좀 더 전달력을 높이기 위해서 마스크를 착용하지 않는다는 점 모두 양해 부탁드리겠습니다. Before we begin, I would like to inform you on some information that we have taken the precautionary measures against the spread of the epidemic and that we will not be wearing the masks in order to raise the delivery during the session. We kindly ask for your understanding as we have gone through the precautionary measures and we have gone through all of the temperature checks of our participants. 네, 그럼 전문가 리뷰를 저희가 시작하기에 앞서서 리뷰어분들 소개가 있을 텐데요. 먼저 화상으로 연결해 주시는 분 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 조나단 위버 UN Habitat Urban Planning Specialist 님인데요. So Mr. Weaver, Mr. Jonathan Weaver from UN Habitat Urban Planning, say hello. Thank you very much for your participation.
Good morning. Thank you very much for having me.
네, 고맙습니다. 네, 이어서 국내 스튜디오에서 함께하고 계시는 리뷰어분들 한 분 한 분 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 백운석 서울특별시 재생정책과장님 자리하셨습니다. And Mr. 백원석, the Director of the Regeneration Policy Division at the Seoul Metropolitan Government is here with us. And Ms. 천현숙, 네, 천현숙 SH 서울주택도시공사 도시연구원장님 오셨습니다. Ms. 천현숙, the President of the Urban Research Center of Seoul Housing and Communities Corporation. 그리고 홍경구 단국대학교 교수님도 자리하셨습니다. Professor 홍경구 of Danduk University is here with us. 네, 끝으로 마르타 바스토스 한양대학교 조교수님 참석하셨습니다. And Ms. Marta Bastos, the Assistant Professor at Hanyang University is here with us. 네, 그럼 이것으로 저는 홍경구 교수님께 마이크를 넘기도록 하겠습니다. So Professor Hong, and now the floor is yours.
네, 마이크를 넘겨받는
Thank you. My name is Hong Kyung-gu of Danduk University. I don't know if you have enjoyed the presentations. We have had 3 young architects who have presented in a short amount of time, and they have had a short month to come up with creative and innovative ideas. The first presenter, Hongdae Horong, actually is a presentation that shows a very restrained part of urban regeneration in Korea, creating an object in actual space. This area that they worked with is a crossword with a Catholic church elementary school and a traditional market. And it was created into a large object with a very innovative design. Hongjae Good Luck was the second presentation. And it actually played off the wagons that are being used. And it is not just a means of transportation, but it is actually a store that brings people closer, and it is a mechanism of pleasure and joy. And so they used an analog object as a very modern mechanism. The last presentation was Map of Mansion, and that presentation actually utilized the value of the location itself. Mansions were quite prestigious apartment buildings in the 60s and 70s, but they are quite run down now. They actually use these mansions as architectural assets, and they were also used to rediscover Hongjae-dong and also our residential culture. We would now like to invite the first presenter, a very good-looking person on our video. We have with us Mr. Jonathan Weaver, Urban Planning Specialist at UN Habitat. We would like to ask you to comment for 8 minutes, please. We now turn the floor to Mr. Weaver.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me to give thoughts on these very interesting proposals. Obviously, I'm from UN Habitat, the Planning, Finance and Economy section. And so in terms of my response to these proposals, I'm bringing the perspective of an international organization, looking as the UN agency or custodian agency of SDG 11, where we try to look at how urban areas can be used as platforms for integrating the various dimensions of sustainability and resilience more broadly, particularly now in the context of recovering from COVID-19 crisis, which has affected our cities. So my comments are pretty much taken from the perspective of that. So first of all, I'd like to congratulate the students on their opportunity, on their work so far. And it's particularly within such a short amount of time. So it's quite interesting to find a lot more about Hongdae Dong itself as a neighborhood, and also see these proposals. So in terms of my more specific kind of considerations about these specific proposals, my thoughts are about trying to identify what are the structural issues within the three proposals that they're trying to respond to. How can the urban living labs concept take a kind of prototyping approach in towards achieving more urban and inclusive sustainability going forward? So that's sort of how I kind of framed my considerations on the response on the proposal so far. So with the specific projects themselves, the first proposal, I thought it was very interesting the way they were looking at history more broadly within the neighborhood, the kind of idea of how a neighborhood is perceived historically. And obviously that was something that the professor mentioned in his first presentation as well. So trying to capture an idea of the intangible cultural heritage and the role of a neighborhood within a city, which I think is particularly interesting. And so I would suggest from that to look at a bit more deeper understanding of what that actually means for the neighborhood now, because that was something I felt was perhaps a little bit lacking at this point. And how that relates particularly to the influx of the younger generation moving in. So, there was talk of these areas being startup centers, for example. Is that a result of low price, low rent, for example? How can that be considered in a little bit more detail? Because obviously that makes it a very inclusive area for multi-generational living, especially considering the cost of housing these days. And so I thought also specifically with that first proposal, looking at the traditional architectural forms within this context of quite a neighbor that is obviously of historical background, but with quite modern, or let's say postmodern architecture of 60s, 70s, 80s social housing. So how is that linkage brought together? And I thought there was a very interesting potential for that to be discussed in more detail there. And then when it talked about exchanges and what they actually mean, I think there could be a little bit more depth in there, and I would be interested to understand what the exchanges that were considered as part of this intervention could be looked at in a little bit more detail, because I think the location is very strong, but where are the people coming from, or where are they going to? Who are the people that are being targeted that may use this space? I think that could be something considered in more detail. Because I think there's a really strong potential for that, especially the role of how this relates to public space in the neighborhood, which we all know in the context of COVID-19 has been something that has affected a lot of us as we've been stuck indoors more. And so therefore our localized public space becomes all the more valuable. I particularly like the kind of more poetic perspective on how a neighborhood feels, the idea of light and shadow and the traditional forms, and how that could be replicated in a local intervention. But I think again that the question that I have around that could be how is this considered in terms of from a sustainability perspective? Who would look after this facility in the medium term? Does it come under the mandate of the local municipality, or is it a local community group? How is it activated? How can it be used regularly so that it becomes actually it becomes a prominent place for exchange in the neighborhood? I think that there's strong capacity for that, but I think the kind of more longer term perspective of who the users might be, what the activities might be, and who would take care of this space could be considered quite carefully. And then I think there's a lot of value there. Then with regards to the Good Luck project, I thought that was a particularly interesting project as it talks about what the history that's being lost in the neighborhood, as well as potentially an idea to look at the issues that may result from social inequality, as these kind of low-income livelihoods perhaps could be given more value or understood a little bit more better. Essentially looking at history that's unappreciated in a way. So I think it would be really interesting to explore in more detail who are the cart owners and what do they do now? How are these carts being used? And again, relating to what was mentioned about the neighborhood more broadly, as the neighborhood's undergoing change, as younger generations are moving in, how do the dynamics between those two groups relate? What are the things that the younger people want and buy, and how is that related to the facilities that the carts may be able to actually, or the businesses that relate to the carts may be able to serve? And so therefore, I think it would be interesting to look at the neighborhood in a little bit more depth, to look at the business owners. I mean, from a UN Habitat perspective, we look at participatory planning, looking at considering a community that relates to both users as well as business owners, as well as community groups, and looking at all those different dimensions and looking at the different demographics as well, so age groups as well, understanding a bit more about how these different groups link together, and that could perhaps help articulate the kind of business proposal around this a little bit more effectively. And I think that could be particularly interesting in the context of an aging society, which is quite relevant, I think, especially in the context of East Asia. I think the other issue around the model of the cart itself is, for me, there was an opportunity to look at considerations around low emission vehicles. So, for example, rather than it being hand powered, what is the city initiatives around including let's say, electric carts, for example, that could be actually used, and perhaps expand the network into neighboring areas, so that actually there's a scalability potential here. And so there would be a chance to look at perhaps what the Seoul metropolitan government's policies on such things are, and how that could be captured. And with regard to the map of mansion, I think, again, a very interesting proposal, particularly as it talks about, or it alludes to the context of the housing crisis globally, which is being faced, and I think is also something that is an issue, particularly in Seoul. And I think, again, housing in the context of COVID is particularly interesting, because we're being forced to spend more time inside. And so the value of our home is understood in a bit more, or is being understood in a bit more detail. So I think there could be a chance to look at those mansions, which obviously have a very emotive role within the society, but to look at them from the typology perspective. How do they relate to space standards? How do they relate to the functions of today? Do the layouts respond to how people use housing today, the family sizes, the family types? And also, I think there's an interesting dynamic around that, in that they were originally developed in response to a housing crisis in the period of high population growth in the 60s and 70s, and we are now facing a housing crisis again. So again, how could that kind of model be looked at in a little bit more detail? And I think the proposal to take to understand these mansions in a little bit more detail and advocate around the value of such housing typologies, I think, is a really great step. But the question is, how could this be benchmarked? How do these housing types relate to areas more broadly across the city? And I think then one of the issues that was proposed around this is the different types of spaces within these houses, which relate to the public space dimension. And I think a question could be about, how do those public spaces fit together? How could these boiler rooms, for example, be used for local shops, for example, local restaurants? And how do the networks around those houses, those housing blocks, become potentially linked up more effectively, so that the spaces in between the housing as well as the housing themselves is understanding more value. And I think this is, for me, quite important, as it looks at both the social, environmental and economic value of the area. And that's critical in terms of an urban regeneration perspective, looking at from the different entry points to create more sustainable communities. And I think, so that would be my perspective on the various proposals. Thank you.
네,
Thank you very much for your comments. Mr. Weaver is far away from us, but we can feel his comments up close through his excellent comments. In urban regeneration, we do need to find structural solutions. And we also need to remember that he is actually participating in various projects himself, and so that is why he could give us practical advice. And in talking about the residential issues of Seoul, well, I'm sure that you know very well about the residential challenges of Seoul today and also from the past, and so that actually leads to various practical advice. Concerning the wagons, yes, we do have electric wagons, but I think they wanted to use a nostalgic element. Thank you for your comment. Once again, thank you for your participation, Mr. Weaver.
Thank you for having me.
Let us now go on to Professor Martha Bastos of Hanyang University.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So first of all, congratulations to the students for the work developed in such a short time. And also thank you very much for having me in this international conference. It's really a pleasure. And I was very surprised with the proposals that the students put forward, and also on their optimism. And I think we all need a little bit of optimism these days. So for that, I congratulate you. And indeed, you are the planners of the future, or the architects of the future, of the social workers of the future. So I think it's really important to understand the context in which you're projecting to. So then again, I'm coming here a bit with an academic role, and hence I think that all the projects that were presented here were very interesting because you try to approach the notion of the context and its qualities, but also of the user, right? And the user is incredibly important. What I think, and this is for the three before I separate per group, I think what's also really important is that you are aware of the identity of the area. And with that, there's some qualities that one cannot put aside when intervening in an urban area. Be it in a very small scale, be it in policy making, right? So to start with the first project. So I think it's very interesting how you studied the history precedents, and how you wanted to bring this idea of gateway, how you placed your site in front of a church, because I imagine you had an idea that people would gather, right? A sense of note, but at the same time, you'd belong to a path where people would come back and forth, so they could meet, etc. And I like the permeable qualities you gave to your building. But what I think that all students have to be very aware is about the users, the stakeholders also that are involved, not only the people that pass, that occupy, but also a bit what was said before about the maintenance, etc., and also about the possible realization of this project as it is. So I think scenario making is a very important tool that all students should have. And be it if you're talking about one element in the built environment, or a section of it, or a large area. It's something that it's very, very important. So in this case precisely, scenario making would involve, for example, something as simple as how would it work all year long, right? Because the curtains you mentioned is very interesting with the permeability it gives, with the environment it creates, but indeed how sustainable it can be all year long. right? How would it work? And I think it's very interesting that you, for example, experiment, with different types of utilization in different times of the year, right? And I know you interpreted Korean traditional architecture, but I think it's always wise to look at behaviors within that architecture. How do people occupy space, right? And then the materiality of it is also very important, but a very good job. Again, I'm very surprised for the 1 month work what was presented here. So the second project, the car project, good luck. Then again, what I find very interesting is that you put in front of us a project that has a social governance welfare discourse in which you present that there's already a user, there is a group of people, be it men or women, that are of a certain age and whose income is based on collecting cardboard. And that is very systemic in Korea, mainly in metropolitan areas. And I think a little bit more of an introduction to it, because it is a social issue on how elderly communities live and how do they sustain itself, would bring great value to your project. And then again, here I focus more on the user per se. I think it's very important that you, in the long haul, would then say, okay, with all these different programs created for these cards, what kind of microeconomies are we creating for the community? And then, moreover, how does that translate to the elderly community? Because it's not just saying we will provide shelter, we will give you a cup of tea, right? I think that you always, even as students, you have to foresee that maybe this is possible. We can get together, talk to the community, and really try to put this project forward. So, how would, like a governance model, how would this work? And to illustrate it, wouldn't it be wonderful that you illustrate with this elderly population and how that can actually affect their livelihoods, etc. So, as the time is running, I could talk to you the whole afternoon. So then we have the map of dimension. Here I really have to congratulate the research work and also the design language you have created in order to share actually the importance of the apartment in Korea, in the development of the Korean housing stock, etc. Because maybe for some countries in the West or elsewhere, the notion of the role of the apartment, or even the image that an apartment, tanji, an apartment, a group of apartments can have, is very different. And for you, it holds a special place, right? So I find that very interesting. In your case, in the what I can add, and I think it's very important, is the sense of program. Whenever you find space, and space is scarce, especially in such a dense city, that you can actually intervene on, it's very important then again to plan scenarios, to see what type of program can inhabit these spaces. For example, a basement, right? You have this notion of legacy, of heritage in the apartment, but you have a basement. Oh, it can be anywhere, anything. No, you should propose, what can it be? It's a humid, it's a dark place. So then there's many sustainable solutions on how then again to create microeconomies, and especially in this times, also how to be able to maintain a smaller sense of compact city. So you are making the city, you are creating the programs. I think that's very important. And moreover, we talk, and just one second, we talk very much about the pandemic, and this has been an eye-opener, right? How would we occupy, especially the importance of public space. But I think we have to, and you as students have to think about sustainable development. So it's not for the now, but in the long run, what can we do? So program, users, governance, it's something to think about. But then again, congratulations. It was a wonderful body of work. So keep it up. It was wonderful. Thank you.
네.
Thank you very much, Professor Bastos. That was a warm round of comments. Thank you very much once again. So in planning space, we usually come up with a plan in a short amount of time, as we have done. We had a 1-month period for the planning. We went through many aspects of the project, but it was very difficult to come up with the economic aspect and the governance aspect in a short amount of time. But if the project can continue, I believe that these comments would be great tips for the future. Let us go on to the next discussant.
So the next discussant is working at a public company which is called SH. And last year, this person also came up with a plan to utilize the idle multi-housing in Seoul for lower income families. So this person led this testbed on this topic with great success. Chun Hyun-suk from Seoul Housing and Communities Corporation will give us comment. Well, thank you for giving me this opportunity to make a comment at this international conference on urban regeneration. When I look at the topics of these proposals, there are two keywords. One is young architects and the other one is living lab. The young architects, also SH Corporation, for the 6th time, these young architects don't have the licenses or certificates yet. So before becoming a professional architect, SH Corporation also has a project to give an opportunity to these young architects. And last year, we had a project of creating the idle space of multi-housing into a housing space for lower-income families. And this year, we identified any other idle architectural resources with the assistance of young architects through public contest. So we are supporting young architects to become a professional ones by exploring various concepts, innovative concepts. So SH Corporation is making a great contribution to producing and nurturing young architects, and Living Lab can be a great venue to identify problems and explore potential issues and innovative ideas. When we evaluate urban regeneration projects, whether the idea is feasible and appropriate is very important. If an area is designated as a test bed, then whether the solution is appropriate or is a fit for that specific area is a really important question. The Eugene Arcade or Eugene Shopping Mall has a very friendly image to me because I lived nearby during my elementary school days. And Eugene Arcade just kept its shape and impression as it was in the 1960s and 70s. And that also showed that the Hongdae neighborhood has not changed much during all those times. And I think Hongdae Horong made various proposals to create Horong at the crossroads, various crossroads of Hongdae neighborhood. And I think among the major cities in Korea, Seoul has more cafes in every alleys or in every neighborhood. And I think it is because Seoul lacks space for shelter. It is why people are coming to cafes instead of shelter to take a rest and have interaction with one another. And they proposed to create such a shelter in the various nooks, alleys of this neighborhood. And curtain was also very interesting to me. It has a very soft and transparent texture that can facilitate a connection between inside and outside. But I hope that there should be more details on who will come to this place and who will communicate with whom and what kinds of activities will take place there, and who the users of these spaces will differ depending on different time of the day and different season. And so more details are required, and maintenance is also very important. As a housekeeper myself, when it rains, the curtains will get wet, and that was my major concern when I listened to this presentation. As for the second proposal, good luck, it leveraged the handcarts of the neighborhood. It is a very eco-friendly vehicle, and it can be also used as a small marketplace or street stall. And I think the name Hongdae Good Luck itself is quite interesting and impressive. It utilizes the handcarts used by elderly so that it can create added value to the rest of the residents. But I think that the very similar project carried out around in the area surrounding Seoul National University. So I think this project should have more elements distinct in Hongdae area, and the delivery time should be also planned in detail for the elderly. And if this works out, this can facilitate the commercial activities in this neighborhood, so it has great potential. As for the map of mansion, the third proposal, I didn't know that Hongdae-dong holds so much architectural values and architectural assets in this neighborhood. Mentioned in my childhood, mansion was used for architectural structures that are very luxurious and high-end. But nowadays, we don't use the term mansion anymore. So the word mansion itself has a very historic meaning, and I now realize that those mansions are architectural assets in Seoul, and the guard stations, chimneys, and the underground facilities. Those spaces are hidden from sight, and ignored up until now, but you've identified those spaces to find some values. But how about identifying more ways to make use of these spaces? Of course, for professionals, they have values, but for residents, these spaces can have many inconveniences. So how about thinking of the ways of addressing those inconveniences for residents? And I also wonder the demographic profile who are living in this mansion, and how about looking at the demographic data and statistics of the residents in these mansions, so that you can come up with a solution for the residents who are actually using the space. And I think this project is very meaningful because it just defined the issue that should be solved with more people later. So it was a very good starting point, holds so many meanings. Thank you so much. Well, thank you so much for your comment. And I don't think that these projects are over in just 1 month. These projects are ongoing after this, and I also want to build relationship with Hongdae going forward with these young architects. And I think those proposals will make great contributions to adding value to Hongdae neighborhood. And participants would have spent so much time in coming up with these good ideas. And I think this Miss Chun Yeon-suk herself also has put so much thought into the spaces of Seoul, and I think these proposals can give some starting points to Miss Chun Yeon-suk. She is in charge of many meaningful projects of SH Corporation, and the outcomes of these projects led by SH Corporation can be a great asset for us to build relationships and work with UN Habitat and other international agencies. Now, let me invite Bae Gun-seok, who is the director of Regeneration Policy Division of SMG.
Thank you very much. Before I start to comment on these projects, let me first talk about why we started the Living Lab. From 2012, the Seoul Metropolitan Government started urban regeneration. It's about not bringing down old buildings and building new, but actually reusing and renovating. We are conducting 48 projects and related to this concept, and overall we have 205 urban regeneration projects. We have many focal points for these policies. One of the most important is the participation and the decision-making of our citizens. When we have plans for urban revitalization, we probably have more than 100 town hall meetings in the planning stage. This time around, we are focusing on the Hongdae area. This area was designated last year, and we are in the process of starting the planning this year. As you're well aware, because of COVID-19, it's very difficult to have town hall meetings. And so we gave this a lot of thought, and we wanted to discover new ideas and reflect these ideas in the plan, and that is why we conducted this project with the Living Lab. Well, the ideas that we received as a result today and also during the competition process previous to today's presentations, we were able to receive fresh ideas that we probably could not have thought of within the walls of the City Hall. And so we hope to reflect many of these ideas into our planning. So let me now comment on each of the ideas. First, Hongdae Horong. Well, we believe that this is probably the most unique architectural idea, but from an administrative perspective, there are some worries concerning this idea. Having a landmark in urban regeneration is very important. Landmarks need to be unique. From that aspect, Hongdae Horong's idea definitely has the function of a landmark. And so in terms of being unique, I think they get high points. But along with being unique, we do have practical concerns. When we conduct urban regeneration, then the citizens of this area will use this facility. Will the citizens believe that this facility is relatable? And so, along with being unique, we need to balance that with how relatable it is to the local community. Many other discussants have also mentioned this. It's important to install it, but it has to be sustainable and maintainable. And the local community needs to relate to that landmark and have ownership of it. So it is a great idea. But in terms of actually implementing the idea, we need to reflect the opinions of the local community to balance out the relatability with the uniqueness. Second is good luck. So they are using hand wagons, and so it is quite analog, and it was a fresh idea because it actually brings together the concepts of delivery and also other aspects of our everyday lives. I think the highest point would be that whether it be urban regeneration, reviving local markets, branding is very important. Because when we have a project, we need to make sure that it is differentiated from other projects. So using hand wagons, that actually could be a promotional object itself. And I believe that people could say that you can see unique hand wagons if you go to Hongdae, and we could be an example of commercializing this new idea, and people could see these hand wagons as a brand of Hongdae. And so I believe that it has both commercial and promotional value, and it could be used for branding. Having said that, as other people have mentioned, it should not stop as a single ad hoc project. It has to be sustainable. So that would mean that we need to have people to maintain this program and also have economic impacts. So possibly we could have a local community that creates a system, and maybe we can maintain this project as a part of urban regeneration. Last but not least, we have map of mansions. This actually is a way of rediscovering the local community, which is a very important part of urban regeneration. They did a great research of the local community. They found these mansions, and that these mansions were utilized is something that we think very high of. Multi-purpose facilities are usually anchors for local communities. Usually we would purchase a facility to use as an anchor for the local community. Usually we would purchase a new building to become an anchor of the local community. But now this method actually utilizes the idle space that already exists, and so we give you high points for that. These idle spaces are scattered around in the local community, so if we connect them, I think it would be very suitable for a urban regeneration project. Having said that, we do have some concerns because these idle spaces are a part of private assets of those living in these mansions. So we would need to consult them to open these spaces. And as other people have mentioned, there are many social issues that possibly can be solved through these idle spaces. But if we could connect these urban challenges with these idle spaces, then it could be a great project. Nevertheless, thank you very much for your presentations. You have come up with great ideas in a short amount of time. Thank you for your hard work. From an administrator's perspective, I look forward to your ideas actually becoming a part of our policies and plans. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comments. Korean cities, as other people have mentioned, have gone through very rapid development. And so from the central government's perspective, in order to have successful urban regeneration projects, we have actually invested about 4 trillion won in the last 3 to 4 years. This is an immense investment. The Seoul metropolitan government actually has the role to create a model urban regeneration project. And this could be a model that is benchmarked by cities outside of the capital area. I think this is what this gathering means, that we are able to take a look at how urban regeneration projects can continue with experts, with students, even during COVID-19. This actually is a new attempt, and it actually sets forward a new model. We have listened to great comments throughout this session, And we would now like to go back to our young architects to respond to the comments. We would like to give you about 1 minute for your responses and future plans. Let's go to the first presenter. By participating in this project, I was able to go to Hongdae for the first time. I had known that it was an outdated village, maybe a slum area. I went there for the first time and I could see that it was surrounded by 4 mountains and it really did not look like Seoul. And that's where we started to look for stories. And that was very impressive. And as we have heard today, we don't have many experiences with projects, and so we may focus on creating an idea, and we think that's the end. But for urban regeneration, we need to take a look at sustainability and maintenance. That's something that I learned today, and we need to take a look at users. So that made me have a new perspective for this project. Thank you very much.
Then the second presenter, Hongdae Good Luck Team. Mr. Yoo Myung-jin from Hongdae Good Luck Team. Well, I put so much thought into the urban system before this project, and this project gave me an opportunity to turn my ideas into realities. The actual project, it was a very good experience for me. My project was based on the Hongdae neighborhood, but I don't think that the idea should be about the distinct features of Hongdae Island or making Hongdae neighborhood or making Hongdae neighborhood into a very special neighborhood, but other teams had also very great ideas, and that they will also make Hongdae very distinct and unique neighborhoods with their ideas.
Let's go to Ms. Shin Sung-ah for the third presentation. Well, when we first started the project, we looked at Hongdae-dong to come up with ideas, and the ideas that were presented through the Living Lab were ideas that we came up with after deep research into this area. This was an opportunity to take a deep look into Hongdae-dong. Before the Living Lab project, we did not have any ideas about Hongdae-dong, but now we have learned that there are unique structural assets called mansions. We will continue to research mansions, and we will continue our archiving of mansions. Thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you to the 3 teams for your participation and your hard work. Just like Professor Basto has mentioned, we only had a short period of time for the project and the presentation as well. So we're sorry that we were not able to give you more time, especially today for the presentations. But we would like to mention that Seoul is experimenting with these changes, and I look forward to this attempt being a positive signal. The basic concept of Living Lab is to make connections, to make relations. In a nutshell, it is about building relations between local communities and the space. And the gathering here today is about building relations between students and experts. And it's also an opportunity to build relations with ideas and practical solutions. I believe that this healthy set of relations can help us all understand the city better, and I hope that it could grow up into a relations where our young architects build their relations with the city to become more interested and mature as architects. Thank you very much.
네, 모더레이터의 역할을 해주신 교수님과 또 리뷰어분들 그리고 발표를 해주신 분들께 다시 한번 감사와 또 축하도 드리겠습니다. So thank you once again to our moderator as well as all of our reviewers and also the presenters. A big congratulations as well. 네, 저희 오늘 2일차에도 설문조사가 진행이 됩니다. 컨퍼런스가 종료될 때 QR코드 확인을 해주시고요. 끝까지 시청 부탁드리고 또 QR코드 참여해서 설문조사에 응해주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그럼 지금부터 점심시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. 점심 맛있게 드시고 저희는 1시에 다시 찾아뵙겠습니다. So thank you once again. This wraps up the morning session. We will now take a break for lunch and we will see you back here at 1 p.m. Thank you very much. 고맙습니다. 네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후에 저희 바로 세션 3 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 잠시 후에 시작하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin our session 3. We ask for your participation in the afternoon sessions as well. We will soon begin. Thank you very much. 네, 점심 식사 맛있게 하셨나요? 저희 그럼 세 번째 세션을 바로 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. 세션 3 같은 경우에는 세계 도시의 공무원들이 이 도시 재생이라는 것의 가치를 각 도시에서 실현해 보는 그리고 글로벌 도시 재생 기획의 결과를 공유하는 시간으로 구성해 보았습니다. So I hope you had a wonderful lunch. And now we will move on to our session 3. So session 3 will be about presenting the case studies for connecting the world and sharing value of urban regeneration. 네, 국외 공무원과 또 도시재생 전공 학생들이 화상으로 함께 하고 있는데요. 발표와 저희 리뷰를 다 듣고 나서 도시재생 정책공감 OX 프로그램 때 또 어떤 느낌인지 어떤 평가를 받고 있는지 의견을 나눌 예정입니다. 저희 끝까지 관심 있게 봐주시면 감사하겠습니다. So in our further session in the afternoon, we'll have our public officials residing abroad, as well as students who are majoring in urban regeneration, who will be there with us during the policy OX quiz, or the smile or frowning face quiz. So I hope that you will stay with us, listen to the presentations, as well as show us whether you believe those policies are relevant to your cities or not. 네, 그럼 먼저 서울시립대학교에서 외국인 학생들과 도시재생 기획 수업을 진행하고 있는 이희정 교수님을 연단으로 모시고 발표를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. And now on for our first presenter. It is Professor Hee-jung Lee. He has been teaching students or international students on urban regeneration courses at the University of Seoul. 네, 교수님께서는 서울 도시재생에 대한 해석이라는 주제로 발표를 해주시겠습니다. He will be presenting today under the title of Interpretation of Urban Regeneration in Seoul. 네, 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다. A big applause, please. Thank you very much.
Nice to meet you. I'm Professor Lee Hee-jung. I'm very happy to have a chance to introduce Seoul's urban regeneration in Zurich 2020. My presentation is interpretation of urban regeneration in Seoul, focused on people-centered urban regeneration for sustainable growth. The contents of my speeches are as shown. I will focus on urban regeneration of Seoul through a background and overview with some important cases and I will mention outcomes and new challenges. First, I would like to talk about the history of urban development of Seoul. Seoul is a city with a history that stretches back more than 1,000 years and has experienced rapid urban growth over the last century. Seoul has also experienced a remarkable economic growth after the Korean War, changing from manufacturing industry to the IT industries. During these years, mass urban development has done. And now, urban competitiveness of Seoul is 6th in the world by Murray Index in 2017. However, urban problems related with decaying or disappearing buildings have risen. Some values were overshadowed due to development prioritizing growth only. And this caused conflict among residents. In addition, the global low growth trend and low birth rate were new challenges for Seoul. To solve these urban issues, new urban policies were prepared. And with over 1,000 years of history, Seoul has to be developed in a good way. Urban regeneration of Seoul is an urban policy that is shaped, wanted, and developed by citizens themselves to grow and develop the city. It focuses on sustainable development for future generations. Seoul's urban regeneration project has 4 main types: historical urban regeneration, residential urban regeneration, industrial urban regeneration, and cultural urban regeneration. Seoul has already implemented various theme-based urban regeneration projects, like seen in this photo, Nanji-do, which is a large public space obtained by transforming a landfill. And another one of the most outstanding projects are Cheonggyecheon Restoration Project. After being covered up with an elevated highway in 1976, Cheonggyecheon was restored as a natural element in the heart of the city. This project includes the removal of the highway and re-establishment of the stream. Here we see another example of urban regeneration project, the renovation and restoration of Bukchon Hanok village. We will talk more detail in later. Who makes a good city? The essential direction of Seoul's urban regeneration is to develop a sustainable city created by all and by people. I Seoul You means where all live well together and all can be happy together. It represents a people-centered urban regeneration. This approach is reflected through the vision of a people-centered local governance in Seoul. Here we see a map that marks urban regeneration projects conducted in Seoul. There are numerous projects that have played important roles in establishing sustainable and people-centered Seoul. Now I would like to show some of these cases. Seoul has served as the capital of hundreds of years. And the city government became aware of the significance of restoring Seoul's architectural heritage. The city government purchased some hanok houses under the risk of demolition to be reopened as cultural center and museum. Bukchon project shows the importance of citizen participation in urban planning processes in order to create awareness of cultural values. The public began to appreciate the importance of the old city, rich with historical and cultural heritage. In the Old Town Seoul, there are 160 listed historical buildings and more diverse historic resources. Here is a map that shows this important heritage. Fortress Village is another important example of preservation of history and exploration of future resources. Low-income, disadvantaged residential areas located along Seoul Fortress Wall was regenerated through the voluntary participation of residents. Seoul 17 project is an outstanding example of reutilization of remaining infra components. Seoul's Sky Garden was designed as an elevated public space, converted from an overpass into a pedestrian walkway and a botanic bridge. Open to public in 2017, Seoul vitalized a forgotten infrastructure built in the 70s as a green symbol that houses an extensive diversity of Korean flora. Cultural activities and design elements enhance the user experience as well as engaging the public space with the city on physical and social level. Now, I would like to introduce the cultural urban regeneration of Seoul. Oil Tank Culture Park is a reutilization project based on a former oil depot base that was closed down in the 70s. Existing oil tanks were reutilized as performance and exhibition halls, conference rooms, and cafes. Here is an area view of this project. Ulchiro, the heart of industrial development in the 70s, is a window into the country's industrial history. Ulchiro has become a highlight of Seoul to revitalize the area where veteran artisans coexist with young creators. Seoul Commercial District is born with preservation of modern buildings, a connection of walkways, and opening of rooftops. Now I wish to report to outcomes and future of urban regeneration in Seoul. Seoul has also implemented new projects that brought new challenges for an eco-friendly urban regeneration. There is Gyeonggi Line Forest Park, which was created when the former railway line went partially underground. The park has since become a popular green space and walking area. This shows transforming city is a huge job, but it is possible. Sustaining change requires more ingredient, vision, resources, and perseverance. And Seoul Botanic Park is created to advance the urban ecology of Seoul. To create a better future for all cities, we need to consider how projects should be designed to be most effective, benefiting from smart technology, sustainable, eco-friendly, and people-centered. This is help us understanding how to create enduring and meaningful changes in the city. And now we have new challenges for urban regeneration because of COVID-19. The global crisis is pushing cities to give answer to an emergency. that is threatening not only health but also the social and economic conditions. The future Seoul also needs a new city model in terms of new normal. Our next step in our generation approach in Seoul needs to consider these new challenges. Before conclude my speech, I wish to refer to Seoul symbols. The emblem of the great metropolitan area is based on mountain, the sun, and Han River that represents Seoul as a human-oriented city and the respect for the environment. City brand, I Seoul You means Seoul where you and I connected and coexistent. And main slogan, Seoul Together We Stand expressed integration. It symbolized people-centered Seoul, city with happy people. Thank you for listening.
네, 감사합니다. 교수님 발표 잘 들었습니다. Thank you once again, Professor Lee, for that great presentation. 네, 그럼 이어서 이딜 아이랄 교수님을 연단으로 모시고 서울 도시재생에서 공공공간의 역할이라는 주제로 발표 들어보겠습니다. And next, I would like to invite Professor Idil Airal to the stand and to talk about the role of public space in urban regeneration of Seoul. 네, 발표 부탁드리겠습니다. 고맙습니다.
Hello, I'm Idil Airal from Turkey, and I'm currently working as a professor in University of Seoul. I'm an architect and architectural historian, and I'm mostly interested in public space, so today I prepared this speech about a city that I truly admire after I've been living here for 1.5 years. So I would like to look at urban regeneration of Seoul through the public spaces. So today, I'll be focusing on the role of public space in urban transformation of Seoul after briefly explaining why public space and how we could perceive its formation, and finally making some conclusions. And here are some objectives. Actually, I wish that this is going to be a beginning of a research that I would like to take further in the near future, but today I will just briefly explain my own perception of the city. And so firstly, I would like to talk about my interest in public space, because it started after actually something that changed everyone's lives in Turkey in 2013, the Gezi Park protests and the uprising in Turkey. And it actually started all from a park, an urban park in the center of Istanbul, when the government wanted to demolish the park to build a shopping mall. And this started as a movement to protect the park, but it enlarged all around the country, like struggle for human rights and democracy. So inspired by this, for my PhD, I made a research about public spaces in Barcelona and the urban transformation of the city. And likewise, I wanted to do a similar research about Seoul, looking at the urban transformation of Seoul and the role of public spaces in this urban transformation. And when I looked at these public spaces, I realized there were actually 3 fundamental methods for obtaining these spaces. The first one is renovation, the second one is regeneration, and the third one is reutilization. So first, I would like to start with the definitions, the basic definitions of these concepts. So renovation refers to restoring something to a previous state, and regeneration refers to developing and improving to make something more active, successful, especially after a period when it has been getting worse. And reutilization refers to making new use of something, to turn something to a new or different practical use. So these are the basic concepts that I wanted to focus on. And here are the major projects that I thought they are major projects in terms of their value for the city and their place in the symbolic, cultural, social values, economic values for the city of Seoul. So I wanted to focus on these spaces. And now I would like to talk about the emergence of these public spaces very shortly, just talking about each concept. So the first one, as I said, is renovation category. And I would like to start with Gwanghwamun Square, which is an iconic public space that has witnessed many centuries and historical moments of the city's past. And it's located in the heart of city, surrounded by cultural facilities, historical palaces. And these are, of course, gaining a lot of attention, especially nowadays. So before the renovation plan of the square, as a pedestrian-friendly urban space, Gwanghwamun was a wide road with 20 lanes, as we see see in the images also. And the removal of 6 lanes gave this place as a pedestrian-friendly, and it was for the pedestrians a more walkable place, attracted a remarkable number of visitors, as well as becoming the country's most profitable commercial district. And the second one is, of course, Seoul Plaza, which was also obtained by a renovation project to accommodate cultural events and festivals, becoming a part of daily life in Seoul. So Seoul Plaza was also first established as a gateway in front of Doksugung Palace, and it has undergone a lot of transformations during the history and has served as a traffic rotary that we see in the images. And it was without pedestrian accessibility until 2000. And in 2002 World Cup, the road in front of where we are now actually was flooded by citizens, which I thought very likely formed the basis for reconsidering this area as a public space. So now the plan for the square is actually the implemented project is the current oval space, but actually there was a competition to select these projects. And the third one is, of course, Cheonggyecheon. After being covered up with concrete in 1950s and then elevated highway in the 70s, Cheonggyecheon stream was restored as a natural element in the heart of the city. And this renovation project included the removal of the elevated highway, re-establishing the stream, restoration of historic bridges, and then the creation of Cheonggye Plaza at the beginning of the watercourse. And now we have this environment with clean water, walking paths, a square with a lot of popular culture and arts events. So it provided the city more leisure space for daily practices. And the second category is regeneration. So Yeouido Park was originally covered with asphalt until it was regenerated as a large recreational area. Divided into sections as traditional Korean forest, the culture square, ecosystem forest, now this park has been converted to a prevalent area for resting, enjoying scenic views, sports and cultural organizations. And Yeouido now is surrounded by main finance and investment headquarters. It presents a skyline formed by skyscrapers, but in contrast, Yeouido Park provides the users a human-scale open space. And the next one is World Cup Park, which was obtained by the same method, and it was transformed from an old landfill to an extensive park consisting of smaller parks like Haneul Park, Nanje Hangang Park, and Noel Park. And Nanji-do, a small island in Han River, was used as a landfill, which was consequently created a garbage mountain. And the construction of the World Cup Stadium transformed Nanji-do, and a new downtown area was formed, and this urban space also brought a stimulation to the adjacent Sangam-dong neighborhood. And the next one is Seoul Forest. Opened in 2005 as an immense nature park, Seoul Forest also has undergone a similar regeneration process, and today it's separated into ecological forest, wetlands, ecological field, Hangang Riverside Park, and areas for resting. And the area claimed from Let's Run Park, Seoul, was regenerated as Seoul Forest, which is one of the most popular recreational areas today. And this has led changes in the surrounding Seongsu-dong area. Thanks to the potential created by Seoul Forest, entrepreneurs and artists have moved into the abundant industrial town, creating a dynamic, hip neighborhood. And the third category is reutilization, and Seoul, of course, is an outstanding example of reutilization projects opened to public in 2017. This has vitalized a forgotten part of the city and created this green symbol that will become a catalyst for a greener quarter for Seoul. And Seoul Sky Garden was designed as this elevated linear public space, a botanical bridge with a diversity of Korean flora, and cultural activities take place here. And this engages this space with the city both on a physical and social level. And the next one is Oil Tank Culture Park, which is also a reutilization project based on a former oil depot base that was abandoned and restricted to public for 40 years. And the winning winners actually were selected through a design competition in 2014, and the area was transformed into a cultural space, reutilizing the industrial heritage. And existing oil tanks were reutilized as performance and exhibition halls, stages, conference rooms, creating a sustainable culture space that provides various activities and exhibitions. And the final example is Gyeonggi Line Forest Park, which was realized by reutilization of a disused railway. And this project stands as a cultural route with Gyeonggi Line Book Street, bookshops, and street art, as well as being a recreational green welfare space for walking and biking. And since the park opened in 2016, many restaurants, cafes, and bars in its bordering neighborhoods have surfaced, and total length of the park is 6.3 kilometers, and the most popular section is Yeonnam-dong, which is now a window into Seoul's modern urban culture. So finally, I'd like to express very brief conclusions. Within the context of first, urban realm, major public spaces in Seoul actively contribute to everyday life in the city, as we have seen in these examples. Oh, I'm sorry. And urban catalysm and urban regeneration. Public spaces are urban catalysts that can create a stimulation in the surrounding neighborhoods, or they are consequences of urban regeneration works that require more public spaces in the dense areas, like we have seen in these different examples. And the final context is urban connection, and the city of Seoul has a vision that gives importance to rethinking the public urban spaces and their connection with the urban fabric. And this gives the city a remarkable potential and resources for creating high-quality, well-designed, people-oriented public urban spaces also in the future. Thank you very much for listening.
네, 좋은 발표 다시 한번 잘 들었습니다. Thank you once again, Professor Ijil Airal, for the great presentation. 이렇게 다양한 서울 내에 있는 그 프로젝트들을 그리고 사례들을 이렇게 보니까 또 감회가 좀 새로웠는데요. 그럼 이어서 글로벌 도시 재생 기획을 진행한 우수팀의 발표를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 저희 첫 번째 발표팀은 팀 성수의 수마야 에자자가 도시 재생 경험과 교훈의 교류, 서울의 성수와 카사블랑카의 헤이 모하마디를 주제로 발표를 하겠습니다. And so now it's time for our first presenter from Team Seongsu. Sumaya Ezaza will be presenting on urban regeneration, exchange of experiences and lessons, Seongsu in Seoul and Hey Mohammadi in Casablanca.
So hello everybody, this is Seongsu team. So, as we all know, urban regeneration has aroused as a means to revive placeness, communities, and urban identities by utilizing the local resources more efficiently. In today's presentation, we will share examples of industrial and cultural urban regeneration examples in Seoul, focusing about Seongsu's model as an inspiring benchmark for the potential regeneration of the district of Hay Mohammadi in Casablanca, Morocco. So in today's presentation, we will first introduce 3 representative cases about industrial and cultural regeneration cases in Seoul. Then Seongsu urban regeneration model will be discussed in the second part. And in the third and last part, we will present this case as a benchmark for the regeneration of the district of Hay Mohammadi. So first of all, let me introduce to you the 4 types of urban regeneration in Seoul. We have the historical, the residential, the industrial, and finally the cultural. And as you can see on the pictures, these are some of the very known cases of these types, such as the Bukchon Hanok village, Iwa Mural village, Solo the pedestrian skyline, and finally the oil tank cultural park. So among the urban regeneration projects in Seoul, 3 areas where industry and culture are combined together were chosen as representative for today's presentation. And as you can see on the map of Seoul, on this slide, we have Eunpyeong Seoul Innovation Center, located in the northwest of Seoul, Changdong in the northeast, and finally Seongsu in the north of the city. So what are the features and the characteristics of each of these areas? First, we have Changdong urban regeneration. So this area used to lack economic vibrancy due to the impact of a housing project that didn't take into account the other infrastructure and activities needed in the area. Consequently, Changdong was starting to fall behind. So the urban regeneration project here came as an answer and created a new city centers of culture and economy with a lot of components such as startup center, transportation network, Seoul Arena, but also bottom-up project. And one of the famous bottom-up project there is the platform Changdong 61, as you can see on the picture, that promote cultural activities and programs. The second case is in Pyeong Seoul Innovation Park that focuses more on social innovation, creative initiative, and people gathering through various examples of events and programs. So this project focuses morely on how we can revitalize non-utilized areas in the city, but also how we can support the actors involved in the ecosystem of the innovation and consequently rebuild the city as a cluster with an innovation-based economy. The third and last example is Sangsu as a very special case, as we will see together in the next slide. So back in 1960, this area was designated as a semi-industrial area, but it was starting to decline due to the aged facilities and the lack of infrastructure. But in early 2000, a turning point will help to bring the area back to life, and that was the emergence of the creative class in the 80s companies that saw potential in the area. Consequently, Sangsu started to revitalize, and then it was important to get support from the government to regenerate it even more. So we can say that Sangsu is a culture and a community-led urban regeneration on the public and the private level. Some of the initiatives were the development of an innovative industrial space. Here, the goal was to protect and foster the decline of local industry through creation of bookshops as exhibition spaces, public rental stores, and providing touristic information to promote the area for first-time visitors. Also, improvement of the space environment was also focused as initiative there through the activation of the use of bicycles, creating safe and walkable streets to the installation of LEDs and CCTVs, improving the landscape of the streetscape, and finally the expansion of the green spaces. And another project was the development of a creative social space through a project called Understand Avenue, which is a space that supports young entrepreneurs, out-of-school youth, career-entrepreneurial women, startup, and also artists, and it is an open space for community activities and other programs. And as I mentioned before, Sangsu is distinguished by the voluntarily initiative led by the creative class that helped to create a culture cluster there. So if you walk around Sangsu, you can find street alley art in almost every alley, multicultural spaces, but also fashion companies and pop-up stores and so many more. So the question is, how and where did this cultural expansion start in Sangsu? It all started back in 2011 when a former rice warehouse was transformed into a multicultural space called Daelim, which is now a hotspot in the area. So the creative class took advantage of the presence of a lot of vacant factories. They transformed it into studios and workshops, and consequently they created the famous cafe and culture street of Sangsu. This also helped to activate the business in the district. And according to SK Telecom Big Data Server platform of 2017, 3 million people per month on average visit Sangsu, while 58% of the monthly sales happen there. However, in our opinion, the commercial area there still lacks special planning, so it is important to sustain and to promote these cultural spaces. So as we could see together in the previous slide, Sangsu has a lot of characteristics on the macro and the micro level, and it's an urban microzone, but it still lacks some elements that are important for a sustainable development in the future. We can cite, for example, the importance of strengthening the competitiveness of the handmade shoe industry, the preservation of the context of locality and identity, and finally, sustaining and promoting culture there. So as we saw together about Sangsu's interest in urban regeneration model, now how can we take this learned lesson and project them as an answer to the urban problems in another context in the world? For here, we choose the district of Hay Mohammadi located in the economical capital of Morocco. As you can see in the land use plan, this district, just like Sangsu, is a mixed area with residents, factories, industries, but also a lot of vacant land and brownfield. And also the site knows a lot of dynamics led by the youth, the NGOs, and the Association for Regenerating the Community, and those are considered the creative class of Hay Mohammadi. Another interesting fact is that it holds a national industrial heritage that was safeguarded by an association called Casa Mémoire. So it is the former slaughterhouses of the city that are transforming nowadays into a cultural factory with many cultural events and programs, as you can see in the picture. These initiatives are indirectly regenerating the area, and this can be seen as a great potential to regenerate the district of Hay Mohammadi on a cultural level. So how can we regenerate this district following the example of Sangsu? as we could see, it does suffer from a lot of dysfunction, such as the existence of an impoverished community and a lack of an economical development. So it is important to think of ways to activate the community, enhance the environment, and foster the economy in hope of creating a town like Seongsu in Seoul. The means to doing that is finding a turning point that will create the change, and it already exists there, which is the cultural factory that is a catalyst that will activate the district, and consequently, it will create a cultural regeneration. For that, we need to take advantage of the existing artifact happening and initiative and foster a development based on an economic component supporting the youth and promoting culture for activating the district and attracting more outsiders. So to conclude, the project or the cases we saw together have a lot of lessons to learn from, not just for the case of Hay Mohammadi in Morocco, but for other mini cities around the world. Seongsu seemed the more close to the overall context, since we are dealing with an underprivileged community, but also existing initiative that can help to create a cultural-based urban regeneration project. So to conclude, we can say that wherever we are in the world, we should always think to create an inclusive city that supports the communities, the youth, the creation, and the innovation. And those are for us the greatest value of urban regeneration. And thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for that presentation. 네, 정말 발표 잘 들었습니다. 사실 어떻게 생각해 보면은 각각 도시마다 고질적인 어려움들이나 그런 문제점들은 좀 공통 분모가 되어서 해외의 다른 도시들에도 그런 좋은 귀감이 될 수도 있고 또 좋은 교훈이 될 수도 있다고 생각을 했었는데요. 이번 발표를 통해서 정말 좋은 사례로 이렇게 해외로 정책이 좀 실현되는 것 그리고 그에 대한 아이디어를 들어볼 수 있었던 것 같습니다. So thank you once again for the presentation. If you think about it, there are some common factors that all cities go through and common problems that they go through as well. As we have seen, we can see that some problems as well as urban regeneration lessons can be portrayed and translated to other cities around the world. So thank you once again for that. 네, 그럼 이어서 다음 발표를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 두 번째 같은 경우에는 팀 도심 힙지로의 박현진 님이 포스트 코로나 시대 서울의 도심 재생을 주제로 발표해 주겠습니다. And now moving on to our second presenter. The second presenter is from downtown 힙지로. So Hyunjin Park will be delivering a presentation on downtown renewal of Seoul in post-COVID-19 era. 네, 부탁드리겠습니다.
Hello, nice to meet you and thank you for the honor. Let me introduce our team members and our topic. There are 3 people in our team. Donggyun Kang, Arab chef from Egypt, and I'm the presenter Hyunjin Park, and we are all students of University of Seoul. The topic of our presentation is renewal of downtown Seoul in post-COVID-19 era. This is the age of intact. Because of the coronavirus, there are lots of social problems and conflicts. And citizens change their minds and thinking about how to face with neighborhoods and cities. After Industrial Revolution, Eisenhower created Garden City, and Le Corbusier created Radiant City. And these days, lots of urban planners and experts are interested in compact city and smart city for the better city life. And in the future, I mean in post-COVID-19 era, urban planning will also be changed according to people's preference. In other words, urban regeneration will become very large and important. Here are the contents of our presentation. We'll talk about the importance of this area for future Seoul and future urban regenerations. And there are some critical thoughts about current issues of Seoul regenerations, and then we'll share the master plan ideas and also application to overseas case, exactly Egypt, and brief conclusions. As you know, around Jongno area is the traditional center of Korea. About 5,000 years history and culture is in there. Also, this area is the center of politics, diplomacy, and business. Since modern times, Seoul has been developed intensively around Gangnam area, so around Jongno area is underdeveloped compared with other places. We need more historical and residential regenerations to protect historical heritage and to preserve cultural resources. Like the above map image, you can see Seoul's urban regeneration project briefly. It's more than we thought, however. The result is not good because of the lack of budget and strategy and so on. We need more ideas and solutions to solve these problems. In post-COVID-19 era, city needs to become pedestrian-friendly with more open and green spaces for all citizens. As you can see at the above graph, activities in nature and rest shows the highest rate after COVID-19 pandemic. Please look at the below two London images. First one is the map of real nature and green spaces, and second one is accessibility of green area after COVID-19. As I mentioned, in post-COVID-19 era, urban regeneration can play a big role that makes citizens feel more comfortable and sustainable. Then let's see the analyzed data around Jongno area in various perspectives and see the master plan. These are analyzed mapping images of land using and architecture. Most of lands are private parcel, and most of buildings are over 30 years old. And also, most of buildings are under 5th floor without basement and undergrounding. These are analyzed mapping images of accessibility. The center of Jongno area shows limited connectivity and accessibility in terms of green areas and transportations. According to analyzed data, around Jongno area, including Uljiro and Taegyeoro, is the most appropriate site for apply our master plan urban regeneration ideas. Here's our master plan proposal. Through analysis and investigation, we have created appropriate and impactful regenerative ideas in each part. You can see the numbers from 1 to 8 on the image. Number 1 is Cheonggyecheon, one of Seoul's early urban regeneration project, and number 2 is Seoul Plaza. Number 3 is Hulyeon Public Park, one of the few public parcels in this area, and number 4 is Uljiro undergrounding plan. In number 5, there will be tube tunnel for pedestrians, and number 6 is Taegyeoro Road Maintenance Project. The western and eastern sections were divided based on Seoul district, like number 7 and 8. In the western part, create kind of super block, and in the eastern part, make roof gardens and green overpasses for pedestrians. Then let's take a closer look in detail with several reference images. Cheonggyecheon is one of the Seoul early urban regeneration project, as I mentioned, and we should create more greenways and bike paths and maintain environment-friendly ambient streets. And here is Seoul Plaza at the yellow section. Create connection to Jongno, Taegyeoro, and Namsan, and also make more greenery. Uljiro is road that crosses the middle of this section, like Hipjiro. Renewal undergrounding Uljiro as a green walkway for pedestrians and create new openings and connect with surrounding buildings like Sunken. We inspired to Jonggak underground solar garden like the below picture. You can see Taegyeoro, the below red line in the map. Pedestrian-friendly road project from Haeyeon to Myeongdong was completed in 2018, and this part is the next step. You can see the public park, the name of Hulyeon Park, in the yellow section, extending this area as a larger green space and urban park, and create overpass tube tunnel for pedestrians in Marinnero, which starts from Seoul district and extend to DDP and urban Hulyeon Park. This can make stronger connection and accessibility in this area. As you can see, this area are divided into two parts, western and eastern part. Create super blocks in western section for pedestrians and bikes, as well as pocket parks to enjoy nature in daily life. In eastern section, supply many kinds of roof garden connections and green overpasses for pedestrians. Then let's see overseas case application, exactly Cairo. In Cairo, we choose the downtown area, which is a cultural center of Cairo. The area is surrounded by several landmarks, such as Cairo Tower, Egyptian Museum, and Abdin Palace. To the west of our study area, there is the Maspero Triangle, which is a redevelopment area to accommodate residential, weather, and business uses, and currently is under construction. At the south, we have the Tahrir Square, which became a symbol of liberty and the free will of Egyptian people in deciding political future and the leadership of their nation. That's why we think that this location is quite relevant to propose a right to the city principle for the residents and visitors of this critical area. This area was planned by French Baron Haussmann from around 150 years ago. In addition to assigning several European architects for designing the buildings, like pictures on the right. Street Network Plan made Cairo as one of the cities that was described as Paris of the East. And it is reflective somehow in the urban design of the study area. The area is home of several urban initiatives such as art, architecture, and public spaces. Also, several streets have been pedestrianized, such as El Alfi pedestrian way, like the picture above the pedestrian network. The proposed master plan is to turn the study area into a more walkable, livable, and enjoyable area. As a right map image, application master plan to the Cairo can show the way and direction of urban regeneration that the world needs in the future are all similar. And make pedestrian-friendly, environment-friendly city is very important in the future, and it can apply to many other places, not only in Korea, but also in foreign countries. Then let's see the brief conclusion. We talked about Seoul downtown, urban regeneration of Seoul, and renewal of Seoul downtown master plan. Seoul is currently experiencing lots of trials and errors in urban regeneration. However, we should make some efforts to create a better city with urban regeneration in post-COVID-19 era. Thank you for listening.
네, 좋은 발표 잘 들었습니다. Thank you once again for the great presentation. It's always a great opportunity to reflect on some of the changes that Seoul City has gone through, especially because we might not actually feel it directly when we're always living in the same place. 네, 저희가 서울에서 살고 있기 때문에 때로는 좀 간과하거나 아니면 놓치게 되는 그런 부분들을 이렇게 또 발표를 통해서 조목조목 짚어주니까 더욱더 좋은 것 같습니다. 네, 그러면 저희가 다음 발표로 이어서 들어보도록 하겠습니다. 마지막 팀 US Urban Regeneration Researchers의 유한후 님께서 중국 청두 샤오청 도시 재생에 대한 이야기를 들려주시겠습니다. And now for our next presentation, we have from the US Urban Regeneration Researchers, we have the presenter Yuan Hu will be talking about the urban regeneration of Shaocheng area in Chengdu, China.
Thank you, the chairperson, and good afternoon, distinguished scholars and friends. It is my honor to present at this great conference, and it's my pleasure to share a project case of urban regeneration. And the title is Urban Regeneration in Shaocheng Area, Chengdu City, China. Our research team has 4 members: Kavita from Sri Lanka, Yongju Kim from Korea, Aidan from Kazakhstan, and me, Yuan Hu from China. The advisor of this project is Professor Jun Park from University of Seoul. So what is urban regeneration? Different regions, different names. And in China, we call it urban renewal. And the European people usually call it urban regeneration. And in North American, it is called urban development. And you can find that they all have a V in front of the word. Anyway, that is a kind of necessary and planned reconstruction of the areas in a city that are not adapted to normal urban social life. There are 4 parts in my presentation, and the first part is the introduction. The project located in Chengdu City, hometown of pandas. It is the capital city of Sichuan province, the center of China. So Chengdu is a famous national historical and cultural city. About 20,000 years ago, 1 year into a town, 2 years into the city has the name Chengdu. And the area is 14,300 square kilometers with the population of about 16 million. The GDP in 2018 was 118 billion US dollars and 13,400 US dollars per capita. And Shaocheng areas is the scope of our study, and the research areas is about 1 square kilometer, adjacent to Tianfu Square, People's Park, and other important urban land space nodes. And the second part is the history. Shaocheng area has thousands of years of history. About 2,000 years ago, in Qin dynasty, it was an area inhabited by the poor people. And by the other hand, this area is commercial district. And the picture you can see in the left is the sense of people shopping in the streets long years ago. And next, in Qing dynasty, as you can see from this plan, type fishbone shape has formed. And vertical or horizontal, this area became mixed commercial and residential areas during that dynasty instead of living only. In modern days, fishbone shape continues the multi-story primarily upstairs business and residential dominate. Through the history, we find there are two values of Shaocheng region. One is material value. It includes road network pattern and texture, space, building. The other is immaterial value that includes special formats, citizen culture, place, spirit. With the developing of the city, many urban problems appear. First, the data queue of the urban function. For example, the business quality is generally not high and produce smoke and noise interference and the lack of unified planning. And the second is the present situation of the traffic. For example, few streets from north to south and the walking distance is too long. And the third is the building quality situation. The quality of the construction is not high and the temporary buildings around. The third part is the planning strategy. And there are three key strategies for the protection and the inherence: urban pattern, urban space, and urban elements. And there are also the other three key strategies for the development and the promotion: urban function, space quality, urban detail. And our theory and method, one is the connection between the history and present. One is protect the block and historical place. About the strategy detail, first mention the traditional fishbone pattern, and second, recommended restoring partial broken road network pattern. And third, strengthen the walking link between the north and south of the adjacent road. And about the optimizing section, on the purpose of satisfy requirements of pedestrians, we compose the sidewalks and remove the green separation beds. And we compress the width of the roads, increase the width of the sidewalk, and reduce the height of the step. About the partition pattern, according to the zoning characteristics, we divided the whole areas into 5 parts: open business district, compound walking district, neighborhood, allowable district. And the last part is planning and implementation. So we choose part A, creative culture and the tourism district, as the example to explain how we do for the urban regeneration. First of all, in terms of functional format, we must make the interface along the street lively and interesting. So we make the bottom floor of the continuous layer counter creative styles to enhance the versatility of the street interface. For example, we implement various functions like the tea, coffee, as you can see in the picture. And second is the street interface to ensure order within the line of sight and connect perfect with the first floor. The second floor is also a very important part in the street interface. Its space is encouraged to open actively. And the continuous decorative structures like the same and beautiful window and public space like the rest platform and the greening can be arranged. And above is the urban regeneration of our opposite place. And now I will introduce how we do in the planar space. We have expanded the space within region and ensure an obstructed walking space for pedestrians. Seats, labs posts, flower beds, and other research facilities will not affect the normal passage of pedestrians. And in order to ensure the ecological and comfortable street, we have to organize the street greening system. So we separate basic and decorative greening. For example, the roadside trees and isolated green beds are the basic greening. And roadside flower beds and the low green beds and decorative greening. Different colors of the green shows the different properties. They together constitute the street greening environment. And next, in detail, we set fresh window, make indoor and outdoor line outside transparent to protect the transparent vision. And then, in order to protect the pedestrians unobstructed walking, the decorative flower pot is set in within 1.3 meters from the outer wall of the balcony. And on the plan, we put the whole street in the 3 region space. Island pedestrian rest areas for pedestrians to relax and enjoy. Street feature areas for street facilities and greening. And the pedestrian areas to ensure efficient and convenient passage of pedestrians. And after the redesign and the regeneration of the whole street, including building facade, architecture details, urban greening, urban public space, and function and format, it is believed that the areas will be as orderly, comfortable, healthy, and hygienic as we imagine. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
네, 발표 잘 들었습니다. Thank you once again for the presentation. 네, 바로 리뷰로 넘어가 볼 텐데요. 일단 전문가 리뷰를 하기에 앞서서 저희 리뷰 패널 분들을 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. And now over to the review, but before we do so, I'd like to introduce some of our review panels. 네, 그럼 먼저 화상으로 연결해 주시는 분들 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. 나이로비 케냐로 연결을 해볼 텐데요. 로라 페트렐라 UN Habitat Planning, Finance and Economy Section Chief님입니다. And first over to Nairobi, Kenya, Chief Laura Petrella from Finance and Economy Section at the UN Habitat Planning. Thank you once again for your attendance today. 네, 다음으로 아흐메드 에이웨다 월드뱅크 그룹 글로벌 코디네이터 for Cultural Heritage and Sustainable Tourism입니다. Global Coordinator Ahmed Aiweda for the Cultural Heritage and Sustainable Tourism of the World Bank Group is here with us as well. Thank you very much. 네, 그럼 다음으로 넘어가겠습니다. 다음은 카베 하지 알리 악바리 Urban Regeneration Organization of Tehran CEO님입니다. So Mr. Kaveh Haji Ali Akbari, the CEO of the Urban Regeneration Organization of Tehran, is here with us. Thank you very much. 네, 감사합니다. 그럼 국내 화상 스튜디오로 넘어와서 여기서 함께 해주고 계시는 분들도 소개 올리도록 하겠습니다. 양용택 서울특별시 재생정책기획관님 오셨습니다. Mr. 양용택, Director General, Regeneration Policy Bureau at the Seoul Metropolitan Government. Thank you very much. 네, 그리고 이어서 박현 서울시립대학교 국제도시과학대학원 원장님 오셨습니다. And Professor Park Hyun, Dean of International School of Urban Sciences at the University of Seoul is here with us. 네, 감사합니다. 그럼 먼저 양용택 재생정책기획관님의 리뷰 의견 들어보도록 하겠습니다. Then first and foremost, I'd like to hand the microphone over to Director General Yang Yong-taek for his review.
예, 오늘
Well, with 2 professors and students who have worked under those 2 professors have presented their project proposals, and they were all very great. And first, Professor Lee talked about this whole urban regeneration, and it should be a human-centered one rather than economic profitability-driven model. And he also talked about various ways to drive urban regeneration in Seoul. He summarized the different types of urban regeneration along with its future direction. Thank you for your great presentation. regeneration. And about the professor, Edie Aya, she talked about the importance of public spaces. Her presentation was also very well delivered. Thank you for the great presentation. And the function of spaces and the shape of spaces, the three aspects were well delivered. First one is innovation, the second one is regeneration, and the third is adding a new function to the city. So that was the definition of the urban regeneration, and I agree to that definition. And it is very great that Seoul's urban regeneration can also have such various interpretation, and that this also shows that Seoul's urban regeneration is on the right track. Then let me move on to the comment for the three presentation proposals made by three teams. First is Hongsu team. Seongsu-dong has its own distinct features. It is one of the industrial districts, one of the few industrial districts in Seoul. Before, it was an industrial district, and it still has some elements of the industrial district with shoemaking factories and the small-time manufacturing facilities. And as the smokestack industry is replaced with other creative industries, those small factories were on decline, and they were just shut down, and there were only vacancies in those small factories. And those small factories are right now filled with young entrepreneurs and creative artists, which resulted in urban regeneration of Seongsu. In Seoul, city has been a great supporter for Seongsu's urban regeneration. It worked, and the local authorities and residents have been also engaged in this process. And while doing this urban regeneration project, Seoul City also had some trials and errors because it was one of the first urban regeneration projects. It wasted some resources and time, and it missed some opportune time to put into the public resources. So even after the initial stage, the Seoul government is continuing its support for Seongsu area. And I think the students have just captured all of the important points of Seongsu area. It used to be industrial district, and now it is changing. And especially in the public sector, we are talking about the negative impact of gentrification. And Seongsu is one of those areas which shows the impact of gentrification. And going forward, I think it would be better if the urban regeneration incorporates the ideas of overcoming gentrification. And as for the second project, Hipjiro, this Ulchiro area is an old downtown of Seoul. Many regeneration activities took place in this area, and especially in terms of industry, is capturing the attention of the people for its regeneration. This area is being redeveloped right now, and many small shops and many industrial activities were replaced with new residential complexes. But as the different flows of water can meet in one place and it makes a very rich current, this is a very hot place because the many changes are taking place, and it also has the coexistence of old industry and new industry. That is why it is called Hip Zero instead of Ulchiro. and it shows many trends. One of them is a retro. Retro is right now a very hip trend in Seoul, and hipjiro is showing this retro trend. This is a place where youngsters can find their own identities, and this is where artists show their own creativity. And that is why hipjiro is emerging with new values. If you visit Uljiro, then you would realize that there are no signposts in this area or signage, and youngsters, they just go to the popular places by getting information on social media, and there are so many hot places, but they don't have any signpost or signage to prevent gentrification. That's our interpretation, of course, and usually spaces in Uljiro, they are multi-purpose spaces. In the daytime, and they are shops or factories or any space for sales activities. But in the nighttime, they become clubs, pubs, or other places where youngsters flock to. So those spaces are utilized 24/7 and very vibrant, creating a very vibrant atmosphere, and it is attracting many people from other parts of Seoul, and this is truly giving energy to once declined the old downtown. So these places, they recently focused on the pedestrian walkway, and they created some spaces for pedestrians so that people can walk from places to places, connecting this neighborhood to other neighborhoods. And that is also in line with the ideas proposed by these students. And the one project led by Seoul Metropolitan Government is also in line with this, creating more pedestrian spaces for citizens. And the last project is about a Chinese city, Chengdu city. That city has also very rich history and tradition, and it was a very good opportunity for me to get to know better about China's Chengdu city. So designated some creative zone and space for artists, and they changed the design of the road, removing some trees and widened the street for pedestrians. Those ideas were all very impressive. Thank you.
Thank you once again for your comments as well as review, Director General Yang. 네, 그럼 이어서 박현 원장님의 리뷰도 한번 청해 보도록 하겠습니다. And now over to Dean Park. We'd like to ask you for a review.
Thank you, Professor Lee and Professor Yala, for your excellent presentation, which was a very good overview of the urban regeneration in Seoul. And I also would like to congratulate 3 student teams for the successful presentations. Actually, I learned a lot. Most of the cases presented in this session is a success story. But I understand urban regeneration is not all the urban regeneration projects are ended up with a success story. There are many impending and delayed projects, urban regeneration projects, in terms of implementation. For example, the Korean government selected urban regeneration as a target of the government expenditure as a package of economic stimulus package, so-called the New Deal policy. So the government of Korea selected more than 100 urban regeneration projects every year, actually. But only 80 or 85% of the budget is disbursed because of the delay in the implementation. The case shows the importance of the coordination of the incentives of the stakeholders. We are talking about the urban project. City is characterized by the high density. And high density means there is a lot of stakeholders who have an incentive on the change in the urban pattern or urban shape. So I think it is a very insightful idea that Professor IRL focus on the role of the urban spaces as a success factor of the urban regeneration. Actually, providing an open space means that the increase in the local public good, which make the space, which make the area more attractive, both for the investors or business persons and as well as the citizens. So it provides a momentum to induce the more activities to the regions. Usually, the higher value-added activities will be induced. So sometimes the gentrification issues arise because of those things. Because of those things. So in the urban regeneration, implementing the urban regeneration project, it is very important to focus on the citizens' outcome, meaning that there are many stakeholders, and even though the government may trigger some event, but if every citizens or business peoples in the district do not have incentive to sustain that kind of initiatives, then the urban regeneration project may not be unsustainable. So it is important what is the incentive schemes that triggers the change in the urban regeneration and make it sustainable. In that regards, two of the student presentation benchmarked the Korea's urban regeneration and suggested to replicate the Korea's best practices into their home cities, localizations. But in localizing the best practice into other cities, it requires very thorough understanding about the context of the success factors. In this case, I agree with that the creating a huge urban space was a critical success factors in the successful implementation of the urban regeneration project in Seoul. So, for example, in case of Chengdu, the Casablanca, they would like to change the activities from the low value-added activities to the high value-added cultural activities and so on. But it may not happen automatically. So the government may provide some triggering momentum, such as improvement in the infrastructure, including the provision of the open spaces and so on. So, the urban regeneration is quite a challenging work, in my view, because we need urban regeneration, because the city is shrinking in the market force. So it is just a natural tendency. So urban regeneration is to reverse that kind of tendencies. So to reverse the natural tendency, we need a very strong momentum. And it should be compatible with the incentives of every individual stakeholders. Government cannot do everything. Actually, for the large-scale urban regeneration project, I think it is important to create new innovative financing schemes to make the investors attracted by that project. Because urban project usually compared with other conventional investment, it takes a high risk because it takes a long time to coordinate the interest of diverse stakeholders, and it takes a long time. Time is money for the investors. So to induce private investors and make a big project successful, I think we have to also think about the creating a new financing schemes. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Dean Park, for the great review. 네, 리뷰 잘 들어봤습니다. 이어서 로라 페트렐라 UN Habitat Planning, Finance and Economy 섹션의 치프님 연결해서 리뷰를 들어보도록 하겠습니다. And now on to Ms. Laura Petrella. I believe that she is online right now. I would like to now pass the microphone over to you for a review.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much to the organizers of this session and to the presenter. I think is extremely rich, both the introductory presentation on the Seoul experience and the public space as a key entry point. They were really enlightening on the type of rich examples and rich activities that have been undertaken by Seoul in this field. And of course, the three proposals are also reflecting this richness, and it is actually very interesting to compare them and to see fundamentally this aspiration and the potential that the experience of Seoul has in terms of learning and transferring and reflecting on other contexts and other cities that may face similar processes or similar problems. So I think it's an amazing living lab, the city itself, and of course the effort of the University of Seoul to build on this city lab for its training and its communication of the experience is also very important. And I think globally, let's say from UN Habitat, we are looking at this as really the right way to go. And there is a lot of very interesting lessons from exactly this experience that you are doing or this work that you are doing on the Seoul regeneration experience and external building external capacity, building external understanding, etc. So I think the richness of the three projects also reflect very well this richness of Seoul. I think we have seen very different typology of intervention. We have some very good ideas on classifying and analyzing experiences from these experiences. I think the challenge is actually for the reviewer to provide some common frameworks that can help in the review, can help in assessing the value of the different proposition, and etc. I think I would like to say that first of all, from our side and from the perspective of UN Habitat, we see urban regeneration as a key strategy for the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal and for reinforcing and improving urban inclusion. And all these projects have some elements that touch on this aspect. They do a good analysis of what are the issues in the different areas and what are the the problems. But I think it would be quite interesting to strengthen this type of analysis with a more comparable, let's say, principle that are used across the project. And I think not all the projects really provide the same analysis or understanding of the issues of inclusion and population needs and the issues of disadvantage in the areas. I think this is a very important dimension of the actually Seoul experience that would be very important that when looking at replicating or using this experience as a base for reflecting on other contexts, these aspects are extracted very clearly and with also more analysis of what has been the impact on the ground of these very innovative practices. I think also another issue that has been raised, which is very important, is the issues of the constraints to implementation and to how the financing and the governance mechanism support implementation. And maybe it has already been said, but this project become much more clear and much more communicable. I think if these aspects are also a little bit more analyzed, so that their transferability or the way they can be adapted to other contexts also includes this aspect. I think the interesting thing that I found is that for instance, the entry point have been quite different in the three projects. The project of Seong Sung-dong is focusing on economy and culture as two drivers of urban regeneration, and I think they are quite aptly translated into the context of Casablanca. And of course, I would be really interested to see much more details on how this is then redeveloped in that context. I think there is a very nice and relevant analysis of both the physical assets and the economic assets and the social assets in the project and in the future sites, and using these some of these assets as catalyzers for regeneration. I think is very interesting strategy. However, maybe the proposal is still not so detailed, and I think that's probably something that could be the next step for this proposal to go more into the local context and really understand how this can be translated concretely into the local mechanism of the city in Casablanca. The other project on the downtown Seoul applied then in the downtown Cairo somehow, or is also extremely interesting. The starting experience from the downtown Seoul is definitely a very integrated and very complex intervention, which has a lot of interesting elements at the different of the analysis in terms of accessibility, and so particularly what is very interesting is the type of solutions that have been developed there, very creative and at different scales. And I think the important aspect is also looking at the COVID context as a new dimension, a new concern that needs to be taken into account. I think this is also a very typical characteristic of the Seoul experience. I think that it is always innovating and it is always looking ahead and to respond to the reality on the ground. I think all this reflection is very much talking about this. The presentation have shown now more green issues are being taken into account. And of course, COVID-19 is also one of those issues that need to be taken into account. So I think the overall effort of translating this to downtown Egypt is also very, very relevant. I think the project site has been chosen quite aptly, and the potential is really important. And maybe what I am a little bit missing is really in this project the attention to the local cultural context and how do we handle the difference, which is quite huge between a context like Seoul and a context like Egypt. Which tools do we use to do that, or which consideration we have to take for that aspect? And finally, the Chengdu, just very, very briefly, the Chengdu case is also very interesting for the way it has analyzed the different scale, and it has taken an approach of urban fabric and patterns, specific space, and then individual elements, and it's the very strong design proposition and proposal, which is very pertinent, I think, for the Chengdu experience. I think it could be interesting to link it more clearly to the Seoul experience, and to maybe compare a little bit more, because we really need more of this comparison and need more of this understanding of how different contexts can use these regeneration tools and adapt them. I think all the proposals have different value and different let's say richness. It's very difficult to choose or to evaluate in the detail, but I would really encourage to take a little bit more comparative approach, look a little bit more maybe to the issues of implementation, and of course to the social dimension of this on the potential impact of this tool in different contexts. But I think they all build on very solid understanding of the values of regeneration and of the let's say huge contribution that this strategy can make to different aspects of urban development and population well-being. So thank you very much for the very good work.
Well, thank you for that very comprehensive review. 네, 굉장히 다양한 다각도로 평가를 해주셨는데요. 다시 한번 감사드리겠습니다. And now moving on, we also have another reviewer. 이어서 아흐메드 에이와다 월드뱅크 그룹 Cultural Heritage and Sustainable Tourism의 글로벌 코디네이터님께 넘겨보도록 하겠습니다. And so Mr. Ahmed Eiweda, so please start your review for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm so happy to be with you today in such a distinguished panel and very prominent figures from Seoul and around the world, especially my dear friend Laura from UN Habitat. I would like also to congratulate Seoul for again being on the cutting edge of sharing knowledge globally, global experiences, and also in adapting itself to fit with the COVID restrictions and go digitally to continue such conference and knowledge sharing and support other cities around the world. It's very difficult to come after such very solid reviewers and to add something new. But I would like to, as we move into conclusions, to draw the common lessons I learned today and my takeaway from Seoul's experience and the very good presentations made by Professor Lee, by Professor Iral, and Mr. Yang, and also Professor Park, and the 3 case studies. Just to mention that the World Bank published a few years ago a very important toolkit or guidebook called Regenerating Urban Land, which is available in the internet, and it documented Seoul case and other cases very carefully and came up with a number of lessons learned. 2 years ago, I was privileged to work with University of Seoul, Seoul Metropolitan Government, SUSA, Seoul Institute, to document Seoul experience in culture, heritage, urban regeneration, and sustainable tourism. And later on, we documented the Kyoto experience as well in Japan. What I would like to share with you, like 4 big lessons learned from the presentations made today and the 3 cases that I'm taking away with me, and then I will go on to commenting on each case. Number 1 is on the process. It's very important that we don't jump into implementation, but it's to go systematically when we're doing urban regeneration through the participatory scoping and planning phase. And then we go to define the financing modality. Then we go into implementation modality. And each one of these phases has a lot of, we learned globally, a lot of lessons on do's and do nots, because here mistakes happen. The second lesson, I think Professor Lee and Professor Iral mentioned several times, is that the importance of taking an integrated approach to urban regeneration. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, we were so much focusing on the physical regeneration of these areas, and we ignored the social, the cultural, the economic dimensions of that, resulting in massive urban gentrification and actually losing the objective of urban regeneration. The integrated approach here, the physical part, what we learned from Seoul today is that if you want to regenerate one area, you need to look at the city as a whole, the whole urban system. You need to look at the master plan of the city, map all areas that needs to be generated, and then come up with a plan for each one, not necessarily at once, but through a phased approach. It could be a lifetime urban regeneration program. We shouldn't rush doing all areas at once, because Seoul showed us the evolution and lessons learned from each area. It's very important to document, understand, so that we don't repeat our mistakes within the city and when we move to another city. Also in the physical dimension, I think a number of presentations from cities today stressed the issue of understanding the role of urban space, walkability, greenery, as this is what makes urban regeneration livable. it's not just restoring facades or roofs, but make the whole area livable and attractive for people to live there, for urban residents to visit, and perhaps if it's a historical area, for tourists to come and visit and spend their money there so that it supports their economic livelihood of the residents. Speaking of economics, that's the second lesson we learned today, especially mentioned by the case of Hayy Mohammadi in Casablanca, and I really salute them in trying to understand, safeguard the cultural values and enable citizens to start economic livelihood opportunities. This is very, very important. And that's the thing we ignored for many times. What's the economic function, economic enabling opportunity, job enabling opportunity to citizens once urban regeneration is done? And how we can actually give them access to finance, training, so that they start either new jobs or expand their work, whether it's in micro enterprises or handicrafts, costume, gastronomy. And in this regard, by the way, we are finalizing now with UNESCO a joint position paper, UNESCO and World Bank, on cultural and creative industries, which Seoul, again, is a leading partner on that, and we work with them, so that once we regenerate these areas, what culture and creative industry exists in this area can enable people with job opportunities and increase their income so that they remain attached to the area, improve their income, make money out of the regenerated assets, and then they don't abandon this and being displaced by other people, thus reduce urban regeneration. The third one is in the social, and the integrated approach is in the social and cultural aspects. I think what we learned today is that urban regeneration can be for historical part of the city with huge cultural heritage values, endowment, historical buildings, but it could also be, like as we saw in Seoul, not necessarily a heritage area, but an important part of the city that needs to be regenerated instead of being cleared and reconstructed. But in both cases, what's important is to hear the voice of beneficiaries, the voice of people. And I'm very glad this conference is very much focusing on people-centered approach. And I think if that's our mindset in new urban regeneration policies, we will think completely differently. All of us, we in international organization, people in academia, city officials, mayors, it's people-centered approach, not urban planners-centered approach. And I'm an urban planner myself, and I used to do this mistake in the past. Community participation, not only in the planning stage, but in implementation as well. And that takes me to the second lesson learned. So the first one is the integrated approach with the 3 points I mentioned. The second one is a modality of implementation. Again, in the past, we used to, as a city or international organization, used to hire contractors and go do the urban regeneration. This is an outdated approach. This is not the people-centered approach. The latest lesson learned now is the enabling urban regeneration strategy or approach. Enable citizens to regenerate their houses themselves, whether they hire artisans or do it themselves or support each other. This is up to them. Enable them with the business environment to get their building permits in an easy way, not through complex process. Enable these areas, enable utility companies to go and rehabilitate the infrastructure together in tandem with the urban regeneration policies. Enable artisan, especially if it's a very historical area, artisan people to come and help people to regenerate the historical part, ornaments and elements of windows, facades, and roofs. And finally, enable the financial sector to come with microcredit or a special loan program, mortgage, whatever we call it, for people to have access to finance so that they A, regenerate, restore their houses, and B, start a new business, business startups with all knowledge also to them. Also in the modality, it's very important to take a citywide approach. These are the principles, what I mentioned about the modality. But then replicate. Once we learn from area, as Seoul said, we go to another area, and third area, and fourth area, and so on. The third point, and I like in this regard, by the way, I really to thank Professor Park for saying the government does not need to do everything anymore. It is the enabling framework. It is the partnership, the social contract between government, private sector, and citizens. It is this triangle of a new governance model in urban regeneration where everybody has a role to play. The last point is in the financing. And I have to say that I was a little bit surprised today that I heard very little about the financing tools and mechanisms of urban regeneration. Because you go to any mayor, you say all these lessons, they are very nice, but eventually the dollar amount. If I don't have the money, I cannot do all these great ideas. And in this regard, I would like to highlight also some of the lessons learned, including from Seoul and Kyoto and other places about the land value capture. I think the old way of thinking that urban regeneration will cost $2 million of this area, $10 million, and I want to have in my city budget a public finance of $10 million, this is outdated. This is not the approach anymore. I think if we think creatively, these areas have huge endowments, probably some vacant land, some buildings are beyond repair and this land can be sold or leased. If we think through a land value capture that can maximize the cross-subsidy items of financing urban regeneration, and then the private sector role, the citizens' role in urban regeneration, and then the gap, the financing gap is what comes from the city budget, but also we think in a financing way, in a sustainable way. Finally, in the financing about sustainability, we have seen in many places that, especially in Kyoto, for example, is that once regeneration is done, the government increase the rating of property taxation, or some cities call it valorization tax, betterment tax. But in my opinion, the easiest is to increase the valuation of property valuation, and then start to recoup over the long term the cost of public finance of urban regeneration. There are so many modalities in financing. There is no one size fits all, but it's an art, in my opinion. It's not anymore the job of accountants or economists. It's the art of city planners and city decision makers to make it happen. So thank you very much. I'll stop here. And I really thank Seoul for inviting me, and thank the all great panelists and great presentations by the three teams.
Thank you, Mr. Ueda, for that great review. And now moving on to our next presenter. 네, 그럼 다음 그 리뷰어 분으로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. 카베 하지 알리 악바리, Urban Regeneration Organization of Tehran의 CEO님입니다. So, Mr. Kaveh Haji Ali Akbari, please give us your review. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to say hello to all attendees of the conference. I hope all of you be in health and safety in this pandemic era. As Ahmed said, it's very difficult to make some comments or review after interesting and fascinating presentations which made in this conference. When we view at the global trends on urban regeneration, convergence in policies, plans, programs, and actions can be monitored. But still, I think what we need to consider in urban regeneration policymaking and planning is the uniqueness of context. It means that every context with its possibilities, its problems, needs unique and different and diverse implementations, programs, and plans.
I believe, yes, we have a little bit of a technical difficulty. Mr. Akbari, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very clear.
Yes, please continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For instance, in Tehran, as the capital of Iran, because of the concentration of unstable and deteriorated residential buildings in some parts of the city, we need to pay attention to housing renewal. But it can be done in different and diverse methods, from rehabilitation to land readjustment programs and reconstruction programs. As I said, it depends to the situation and circumstances of context. In some neighborhoods, you need to give priority to improvement of sustainability, especially social sustainability in terms of empowerment and training programs. Deteriorated and obsolete lack of public services, social services, infrastructures, and amenities, which must be provided by public sector. In the historical areas of the cities, there is a serious need to improve and preserve historical, cultural, and natural heritage. And in some cases and in some cities like Tehran, there is a concentration of contaminated areas which need to be reused and regenerated. I think urban regeneration has an integrated and holistic nature, and preparation provided equipped, appropriate, and sweet urban spaces for all citizens must be just one of the parts and dimensions of this holistic plan. What I learned from the presentations today showed in the conference, improving quality of public realms is one of the important parts and sides of urban regeneration. It has different goals, such as improvement of vitality in a neighborhood scale, in urban scale, preparation, safety, and security for some neighborhoods because of the concentration of lost and abandoned areas, provision public services, especially in disadvantaged and underprivileged neighborhoods, and making a proper context for improvement of social interaction in neighborhood scale. I think urban space provision program include a set of actions that seeks to provide equipped, appropriate, safe, and vital urban space for all socioeconomic groups. This program must be led especially by using lost and abandoned spaces in neighborhoods. In terms of principles and features, I can refer to some important principles of this program. Due to the limitation and restriction in time, in budget, in coordination between diverse stakeholders, effectiveness is very vital. It means making maximum efficiency by minimum intervention in urban fabric. Also, placemaking by improvement identity, sense of belongingness, comfort, security is important. The most important part of urban space provision programs in all cities must be participation. It means participation of all stakeholders, especially community members and local institutions in all stages of urban space provision, such as definition, planning, designing, implementation, and maintenance of the plan, of the place. Uniqueness of context is another important consideration in urban space provision programs. It means paying enough attention to the cultural, social, economic, and physical circumstances of context, especially in neighborhood scale. Taking a needs-oriented approach and giving attention to the activities requested by the community members and local institutions is also important. And urban space, and lastly, urban space provision program needs an inclusive approach. It means paying attention to the requirements and standards of inclusive planning, design, implementation, and maintenance, and giving a voice to all stakeholders of projects. And I want to concentrate on local communities in this field. In all cities and also in Tehran, I think urban space provision program must be led by a dominant policy, which is positive discrimination. You absolutely know the general meaning of this policy, but in terms of urban space provision program, I think I can interpret it to giving more priority to social utilization and not economic use of urban land, and also focus on neighborhoods with high density of population, overcrowding, and in conclusion, underprivileged and disadvantaged neighborhoods. These are the viewpoints which I learned from the today's presentation in the intersection with what we are doing in the municipality of Tehran to create and improve the quality of life, livability by the making equipped and appropriate urban spaces for all socioeconomic groups. Thank you very much. Thanks for your consideration.
Well, thank you for that review. 네, 자, 다시 한번 그 리뷰에 대한 감사드립니다. 저희가 5분의 전문가 리뷰까지 이제 마쳤는데요. 바로 정책 공감 OX 프로그램을 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다. So thank you once again for your comprehensive reviews. We will now move on to gauge a little bit of the sentiment, whether these policies are resonating with publics as well as public officials in other cities. 네, 지금 저희가 10여 개국의 18분 정도가 함께 화상회의를 참여하고 계십니다. 그래서 오늘 3개 팀의 글로벌 도시재생 기획 프로젝트의 발표와 또 그 이어서 전문가 리뷰랑 토론을 받았는데요. 저희가 그러면은 어떤 분들이 같이 로그인을 하셨는지 한번 보면서 또 저희가 질문을 드려보도록 하겠습니다. So we have around 18 participants, public officials, as well as students who are studying urban regeneration who have joined in online from around 10 different countries. And so with that, I would like to take a brief moment to gauge the sentiment of various different participants to see what they feel about the policies. 네, 저희 그러면 일단 먼저 한번 연결해 볼까요? 네, 화면에 띄워주시면 저희가 볼 수 있을 것 같습니다. So please show us how many are. Yes, we do have various people now joining. Yes, we do. Let me ask you a question. 네, 질문 하나 먼저 드리도록 하겠습니다. 네, first, Anna, can I ask you a question? 네, 아나님께 전화 연결을 해서. So my first question, where are you right now? I can see that on your screen it says Serbia. So is it actually Serbia that you are logging in from?
From Europe.
Yes. So I think we lost you a little bit on that first part of your answer. But I think that you did mention that you are in Serbia right now. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm in Serbia, in Europe, and I wish good morning from Europe to everyone and good evening to all participants in Korea.
Well, thank you once again. 네, 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 질문 하나 일단 드릴 텐데요. 3개의 팀 프로젝트 중에서 어떤 게 가장 마음에 들으셨는지, 좀 인상 깊었는지 질문 드리겠습니다. So Anna, which out of the 3 different projects did you like the most or did you resonate the most with?
Actually, all 3 projects are very well connected with the Seoul Urban Regeneration project, and I feel that if we combine all 3 projects, we have a really good response to the COVID situation related to urban regeneration. I really liked the idea of the first team, where a social cluster enhancement in the era of COVID situation, where we also have to think about the economic response of the local communities, and especially the ones that are most affected, like small, medium enterprises and startups. So I think this is a really good idea to organize like a social cluster that can respond to economic, but at the same time, for the provide the space for this kind of activity, and also enable safety of those participants. But I think the second project gives the input to enable the first one. So the second project can be translated into European countries, as well as the physical structure in Egypt is very similar to physical structures of the European cities, and especially historical core. So making connectivity and small paths through to the spaces where people can work and organize would be a precognition for other activities that the first and the third case study provided.
Thank you very much for your input. 네, 그에 대해서 반응 좀 설명해 주셔서 또 어떤 부분이 공감이 되었는지 설명해 주셔서 감사합니다. Thank you once again for explaining to us on which parts you liked during the project, and of course, which parts you believe will be suitable for your country. 네, 그럼 다음 분으로 한 분만 더 저희가 선정을 해서 질문을 드려보도록 하겠습니다. I think we have time for one more question to one more participant. Let's see. Shall we pick Chantu? Is that correct? Have I pronounced your name correctly?
Yeah, it's okay.
네, 그러면 제가 질문 또 드려보도록 하겠습니다. 새 팀의 프로젝트에 대해서 들어보셨을 텐데 얼마나 또 어떤 부분이 또 가장 마음에 드셨는지 한번 질문을 드릴게요. I guess the same question to you, Chantu. Which of the three projects did you like best? And can you tell us why in terms of the reason why it might be good for your city? Also, please explain your city to us too.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. And my name is Chaturangani Amarasekara. I am from Sri Lanka. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity to participate Seoul Urban Regeneration International Conference 2020. And after listening to the presentations, I understood we have many new policies and values to learn from you all. But in my point of view, we really hard to develop system of competitive, environmentally sustainable and well-linked cities as Seoul. Actually, we hope for that because Seoul is a very special city. It makes Seoul a city where creative investment opportunities. So, as per the Professor Lee, the Seoul urban regeneration policy directions goes to four directions. It goes, and first one is historical, residential, industrial, and cultural. As you know, I am from Sri Lanka, so I need makes the opportunity to involve their projects in my country because we need to involve our people to prepare the plans and other things to participate themselves, and also the places which have historical values we have. So as per the presentations, we saw some historical buildings and other things prevent and open to the public, and it is very amazing. And also, you know, we have many shanties and slums in our country, so we need to develop the residential facilities for the family with affordable and adequate urban shelter. So I think the urban regeneration project and practices from Seoul, we can learn a lot of things and we can achieve many things. And as per Mr. Professor Lee, he said Seoul Botanical Park. Actually, when I visit Seoul, I really want to visit and see the park, but unfortunately I couldn't. And that is a very eco-friendly urban regeneration project. So I like that also. And I think it makes the city with happier. And concluding this, we need to go ahead with these policies and directions for turning the urban vision into the action. That is my dream. So thank you very much for all of you. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that great input. And we hope to see you again in Seoul so that you can visit as well. 네, 다음에는 꼭 서울에서 다시 한번 뵙기를 바라겠습니다. 자, 그럼 이 세 팀의 프로젝트가 얼마나 공감을 이뤘는지 저희가 한번 그 공감 척도를 살펴볼 텐데요. 저희가 2개의 이모티콘을 보내드렸습니다. 그래서 웃고 있는 스마일 이모지랑 그 다음에 조금은 찡그리고 있는 이모지 2개를 드렸는데, 공감을 하면은 스마일을 보내주시면 되고, 공감은 그렇게 하지 않는다라고 하시면 그냥 찡그리고 있는 이모지를 보여주시면 되겠습니다. And now over to trying to gauge the sentiment behind the 3 different presentations and the policies. We did deliver to you 2 different emojis. One is a smile with a small heart, and the other is slightly frowning or squinting. So when I call out the different presentations, please show us and put up the emoji right in your face so that we can see and gauge what kind of policies are finding more resonance among the other public. 네, 그럼 바로 시작해 보도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 우수팀, 팀 성수의 도시재생 경험과 교훈의 교류, 서울의 성수와 카사블랑카의 하이 모하마디에 대해서 공감을 보겠습니다. So the first presentation, Urban Regeneration, Exchange of Experiences and Lessons, 성수 in Seoul and Hai Mohammadi in Casablanca. If you agree with this project or if you feel that it could be also translated in your city, please use the smile emoji. If not, use the frown emoji. So can you please put it up to the camera screen so that we can see it very well? 네, 부탁드리겠습니다. 아, 네. 굉장히 많은 분들께서 또 이렇게 스마일을 보내주셨습니다. We do have a lot of smiles. One, I believe, maybe not so much, but yes, all others, we have the smiles. Thank you very much for showing your intent and your expressions. 네, 다시 한번 감사드립니다. 네, 많은 공감을 이뤄냈는데 저 또한 이 발표를 들으면서 굉장히 좋을 것 같다는 생각을 했었거든요. 그래서 좋습니다. 저도 기분이 굉장히 좋네요. And now moving on to our next project. 네, 두 번째 같은 경우에는 이제 두 번째 포스트 코로나 시대 서울의 도심 재생 프로젝트, 도심 힙지로 팀이었죠. So now with the second presenter, it was downtown 힙지로 and the downtown renewal of Seoul in post-COVID-19 era. Once again, if you agree, please put up the smile emoji. If not, then the frown emoji. Can we see how you feel about this policy? 아, 네. 정말 또 많은 분들께서 이렇게 올려주고 계십니다. 스마일 이모지를 이렇게 보는 게 굉장히 기분이 좋군요. 네. It makes you feel very happy to see these smile emojis. So thank you once again for showing us how you feel about the project. 네, 저도 들으면서도 굉장히 좋은 발표고 굉장히 공감을 많이 이뤄내겠다 싶었는데 또 역시나 다들 비슷하게 생각을 하신 것 같습니다. 끝으로 세 번째 우수팀에 대한 공감 보겠습니다. UOS Urban Regeneration Researchers에서 중국 청도 샤오청 도시 재생 프로젝트였는데요. And the third project from the UOS Urban Regeneration Researchers team, the urban regeneration of Shaocheng area in Chengdu, China. If you agree, the smile emoji. If not, the frown emoji. Once again, we ask you for your participation. Ah, yes, everyone has given us the smile emoji once again. 네, 감사합니다. 정말 많은 분들께서 이렇게 스마일을 보여주셨네요. Yes, we have a screen full of smiles, smiling emojis. Thank you once again. 네, 이번 정책 공감 OX 프로그램을 통해서는 사실 도시 재생의 가치가 어떻게 각국의 도시에 좀 전파가 될 수 있는지, 실현될 수 있는지, 그리고 또 정책적인 부분과 사업적인 부분, 이 부분 세 가지에 대해서 사례를 또 이렇게 볼 수 있었는데요. 도시별로 필요로 하는 도시 정책들은 다 다르겠지만 의견을 좀 교환할 수 있는 좋은 시간이 아니었나 생각을 합니다. So I believe that it was a great chance for us to listen to the three presentations about the urban regeneration project. I believe each city always has their own problems and their own solutions, but nevertheless, it was a great opportunity for us to exchange great ideas and great solutions as well. I hope to see some of the policies being implemented in other cities in the near future. 네, 앞으로도 많은 관심이 필요한 분야인 만큼 또 관심과 또 발전 좀 기대를 해보겠습니다. Thank you once again for your participation. 네, 그럼 지금부터 잠시 휴식 시간을 가지고 저희가 3시 30분부터 또 이어서 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다. So now let us take a short break and resume at 3:30 p.m. Thank you once again for your participation. 네, 감사합니다. 네, 편안한 휴식 시간 되셨길 바라겠습니다. 그럼 지금부터 특별 대담을 시작해 보도록 할 텐데요. 참여해 주시는 분들 먼저 소개해 드리겠습니다. So I hope you had a refreshing break, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back, and we will now begin the special talks. I would first of all like to introduce some of our panelists. 네, 화상으로 함께 해주시는 분들 먼저 소개해 드리겠습니다. 먼저 영국으로 가볼 텐데요. 마이클 베티 유니버시티 컬리지 런던의 Center for Advanced Spatial Analysis의 교수님이시자 의장님이신 마이클 베티 교수님입니다. So Professor and Chair Mr. Michael Batty for the Center for Advanced Spatial Analysis at the University College London. I believe he is online. Please say hello.
Hello. Nice to meet you all.
네, 감사합니다. 그리고 또 이어서 영국에서 함께 하시는 분입니다. 앤디 메리필드, urban scholar and educator이자 또 라이터이십니다. So writer, urban scholar and educator, Dr. Andy Merrifield is also with us. Please say hello.
Hello. Good afternoon. I'm here. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you very much. 네, 감사합니다. 그럼 국내 스튜디오에서도 함께 하시는 분들 소개해 드리도록 하겠습니다. 김학진 서울특별시 행정 2부시장님 오셨습니다. We also have Vice Mayor Mr. Kim Hak-jin for Administrative Affairs from the Seoul Metropolitan Government. 고맙습니다.
네, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Pleased to meet you.
그리고 이어서 서순탁 서울시립대학교 총장님 함께하고 계십니다. And President 서순탁 from the University of Seoul is here with us.
예, 안녕하세요. 반갑습니다.
Hello, pleased to meet you.
네, 저희가 이제 서순탁 교수님께 제가 마이크를 넘길 텐데 일단 총장님에 대한 소개를 좀 드리도록 하겠습니다. 도시 행정과 또 도시 계획 분야 연구와 교육에 오래 전념해 오시면서 시립대 주요 보직을 역임하셨습니다. 그리고 2019년 3월부터 서울시립대학교의 총장직을 맡고 계십니다. 그리고 대학 밖에서는 도시행정 전문가로서 시민들이 살기 좋은 사회와 또 환경을 만들기 위해서 그 책무를 다하고자 다양한 분야의 전문가들과 협력하여 열정적으로 이제 활동을 하고 계십니다. So allow me to please introduce President Seo Sun-tak before I deliver the microphone over to him as our moderator. President Seo Sun-tak of the University of Seoul has been devoted to research and education of urban administration and urban planning, and has held various major roles at the University of Seoul. And he also took presidency since March 2019. And apart from his work at the university, he works as an expert in the field of municipal administration, collaborating with various different experts from various different fields to fulfill his role and responsibility in building a society and environment that is conducive to the lives of citizens. 네, 그럼 이것으로 제가 서순탁 총장님께 마이크를 넘기도록 하겠습니다. With this, I'd like to hand over the microphone to President Seo.
Well, hello to everyone once again. My name is Seo Sun-tak and I'm president of University of Seoul, who is moderating this special talk session of the 2020 Seoul Urban Regeneration International Conference. This Seoul Urban Regeneration International Conference is a venue to where we can exchange experiences and knowledge of urban regeneration with the remaining international community and the search for future direction for city development and regeneration. It is an international event, biannual event which was started in 2018. And as a second holding, this year has the topic of change and future value of urban regeneration in post-COVID era. Because of the COVID-19 pandemic, this is carried out in a virtual format, but we are joined by the Secretary General or the Director of the UN Habitat, Professor Bishop, Mayor of Katowice, Professor Betty, and Dr. Merrifield. It is a very meaningful conference, and many VIPs are gracing this occasion with their presence. In partnership with the UN Habitat, this conference is also connected to Urban October, which is a venue for talk for sustainable cities with the entire world in every October. This is an opportunity for the world to share their experiences and information to build solidarity and collaboration going forward. Now, I'd like to start the final session of this international conference. Kim Hak-jin, the Vice Mayor for Administrative Affairs, and Professor Michael Betty and Dr. Andy Merrifield will be joining this session to start a discussion on the post-COVID era, future value and change of urban regeneration. First, let me introduce our scholars. First is Professor Michael Betty.
Hello.
Professor Betty has the specialty of urban planning, and he is a professor at University College of London. He is also a chief of CASA and studying urban space, big data, and the smart city. And more recently, he is studying the impact of COVID-19 on the daily lives of a city life in, for example, transport infrastructure and the city density. And next is Dr. Andy Merrifield. Dr. Merrifield is a Marxist theorist, and his area of interest is urban planning and social theories. He has numerous publications, including The Politics of the Encounter, Magical Marxism, and Wisdom of Donkeys. All of these books were translated into Korean and published here in this country. More recently, he is paying attention to the urban space and relationship between urban space and capital, and he is one of the most renowned advocate of the city right to the city. Lastly, we are joined by the Vice Mayor for Administrative Affairs of SMG, Kim Hak-jin. Well, hello to you all. My name is Kim Hak-jin, and I'm Vice Mayor for Administrative Affairs of SMG. First of all, I'd like to extend my gratitude to Professor Seosun Tak and Professor Betty and Dr. Merrifield for taking time out of their schedules to be here, and my greeting is also going out to all of the participants who are watching this conference online. It is unfortunate that we cannot meet face-to-face, but this virtual format is also very, very effective, and I find this as a very good opportunity to communicate with all of you, and I have high expectations for this international conference. Please stay with us until the end. Well, Vice Mayor Kim Hak-jin is at the lead in our fight against the COVID-19, and he will also talk about the future direction of city management in the post-COVID era at this conference. Then before starting this talk, let me just go back at the history of Seoul to give you the background and context of Seoul. Before the 1950, the Korean War, Seoul is one of the cities that are not well known across the world, but Seoul became a very famous city as a city development model for emerging economies by achieving very rapid economic development. And more recently, K-pop and K-movies are getting much attention from the world. So I want to know your impression of Korea and Seoul. This question goes to the two scholars based in the UK. Professor Betty, please go first.
Okay. Would you like me to share my screen and show you some slides? Let me try and do that. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to talk about post-COVID-19, the future and strategy of urban regeneration, which is the subject of the conference. And what I'd like to do is to give you an idea of what's happening in Western Europe, in the UK, with respect to the impact of the disease on cities, and then to try to draw some parallels with your experiences here in Seoul. In some senses, the term urban regeneration is all about how we renew, as it were, our infrastructure, how we renew our development in some respects. And in the UK, we tend to use the term related to older development, which is no longer fit for purpose, and how we can actually rebuild that development. Now, of course, post COVID-19 itself changes really many things in cities, and it changes our concept of regeneration. And I think that our concept of regeneration in the future, certainly in the immediate future, will pertain to changes in the way we behave in some respects, which may ultimately come to be embodied in what is called the new normal in that sense. Okay, let me begin by making a few points. Oops. Can you move the slides on? Can you change the next slide? I don't seem to be able to change my slide here. So can the presenter who move my slide on? Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Okay, so what will the post-pandemic city really look like? One of the kind of key things that determines the sort of cities we have across the world really relate to the push and pull forces, which we refer to as spreading out or deconcentration and concentration. The balance between how we concentrate in cities and how we actually decentralize in cities, centralization and decentralization, is a balance that has always been preserved in different ways over the last 200 years. Now, clearly the pandemic is changing this balance. It's changing the balance between centralizing forces and decentralizing forces. In the past, this has meant during the 19th century that cities began to concentrate, and in the 20th century they began to decentralize. And really in the early 21st century, we see these forces of centralization and decentralization in some kind of balance. Now, the pandemic, because it changes our notion about distance in some ways, is changing all of this. And so really the debate for the last couple of hundred years has been really between high-density cities and low-density cities in that sense. And the old normal, where we have a balance in this particular context, is beginning to change quite dramatically with the pandemic. Whether or not this will be restored is an open question. Can I have the next slide, please? Okay, so one of the kind of key features that the disease really has introduced is this notion of keeping ourselves apart from one another. The disease is actually spread in various ways. It's mainly spread by aerosol transmission. It's spread by people coughing, etc., and people touching the virus on surfaces. And this obviously means that to avoid the virus, we need to social distance. If you look back at previous pandemics over the last 100 years, all of these pandemics, the way of responding is to social distance, to actually keep ourselves apart. If you go back 500 years, if you go back to London as it was during the plague years, and I know that our next speaker, Andy Merrifield, has written a very interesting blog post on the pandemic city, where he talks about what it was like back in the plague years. But even 300 or 400 years ago, the dominant way of actually avoiding the pandemic was to actually social distance, to keep oneself apart. And this has had a major impact, certainly on Western European cities, to a lesser extent and different extent with respect to cities in the Far East. So let me give you an idea of what this is. We avoid public and mass transit. Mass transit, which dominates world cities such as Seoul, London and so on, New York, the mass transit has been avoided. We want to live at lower densities because we feel that high densities lead to the greater transmission of disease. We're staying at home. In Britain, about 80% of people, certainly over the last 6 months or so, have worked from home in various ways, or have not worked but have not actually been to their place of work, have kept away. We keep away from crowds, etc., restaurants and so on. And we have various levels of lockdown, locally, regionally and nationally. Now, these are all strategies really to deal with the pandemic. And we have, of course, the decline of mass transit and, ironically, the growth of car usage, so largely because car usage relates to individual transit where we're not really in contact with each other. Next slide, please. I'm going to show you a picture here of central London. Let me explain this graph to you. This is the graph of the occupancy of central London. Really, this is actually from Britain, basically, on the left-hand side, and central London on the right-hand side. But the blue line here shows the actual volume of transit. The straight line at the top is the baseline, where we have 0. And below this is the drop in volume of travel to throughout Britain, for example. So you can see on the left-hand side of this slide, you can see the blue line, a massive drop when we moved into lockdown in February, and then a gradual recovery, basically, the so-called V-shaped recovery, not quite the V-shape that people thought about, but nevertheless some sort of like an extended tick shape in this sense. The blue represents transit and the orange represent work. And the reason for the jaggedness is that it relates to the fact that we don't work every day, we don't really work at weekends. Now, if you look at the right-hand side of the graph, basically, this essentially, the right-hand side shows you central London. It shows you this massive drop to almost 0 transit in central London, and it's recovered over the 250 days that this graph relates to. It's recovered to something like only about 20% of people are using transit in this sense. So this is a massive drop in mass transit. London Transport, for example, is essentially declared bankrupt. There is a political argument going on in central London, about who is going to pay for this transit, because the transit systems are still working, basically, and about 40% of people travel in Greater London by public transport. The transit systems are still working, but they're actually at very low capacity, something like 20 to 30%. So this is what's actually happened in Britain, and it's particularly extreme in central London. Could I have the next slide, please? If you could move to the next slide. There we are. Now, this is the same picture for Seoul. It's transit again. It's for South Korea and also for Seoul. Now, I got this data from what are called Google mobility reports. This is actually data that Google actually senses in terms of how people are using their technologies, basically, in that sense. And you can see that in Korea and in Seoul, there are really some quite dramatic differences from London. This is, in fact, your decline in transit, basically. Again, the same baseline in that sense. And your decline in transit has been something much less severe than in the context of central London. So to some extent, we already see some quite big differences in how, for example, the pandemic is affecting different types of cities. These are only 2. Could I have the next slide? Could you move on to the next slide? Okay, now this is a comparison really between central London and Seoul, basically. You can see that on the left-hand side we have this massive drop in central London in that way, whereas in Seoul we have a different sort of drop. And in fact, in these graphs, you can see different trends. I don't know, but I expect that you have these local lockdowns in Seoul, basically, because you have very good contact tracing and so on, very good isolation, and etc. Whereas in London, there has been this really massive drop, basically. And of course, in a way, we would expect this to recover. Once a vaccine is introduced, we recover. Now, the little the little pie chart on the right shows you the switch from public transport to different modes of transport. Now, this is very significant. A big shift to car, which is more polluting. A fairly good big shift to bicycle and walking, basically. This is from public transport. And then to other modes, to motor bicycle and so on. And you can actually see some quite dramatic shifts in the way people are beginning to travel. And this is going to have some sort of fairly major impact on the structure of things in cities. More people will work from home. And that will probably continue to some extent. There will be changes in that sense, and it will change the nature of where we want to live and where we want to work. Now, we have no idea what the impact of this thing is likely to be once a vaccine is produced and once the population becomes immune in some sense. Of course, we don't know whether that's going to be the case in some senses, but nevertheless, it's going to have a fairly major impact on how we restructure our cities in the immediate term, in the short term and the medium term, if not indeed in the long term. That I doubt we will return to exactly the same as what the old normal was once a vaccine is discovered. Now, if you could move my slides on through the next 2 or 3 slides, let me tell you until we get to once we get to a couple of pictures, basically, because I'd like to show you what it looks like in central London with this massive drop in transit. So if you could move the slides on, please, one at a time. Okay, I have no control over these. There's a number of issues there on that slide that really relate to the kind of things. Let me just go through these. Decline of the city centre, empty spaces at the core, new types of a perfect storm, really, in some sense. In that sense, if you could move the slide on again, move on, please. Next slide. Okay, and next slide after that. Next slide. I won't talk about that one. You do the next slide, yeah, okay. Next slide. Okay, now this is what central London is beginning to look like. That everywhere you go in these city centres in Britain, the road layout is being changed, etc. And you can actually see that writ large across British cities, the whole notion about changing the road systems and social distancing, etc. This is very normal in many of our cities, basically, at the present time. If you could move on to the next slide, I'll show you that what's beginning to happen. Road space is being reclaimed for the car and the bike, from the car to the bike and the pedestrian in that sense. My next slide, which will be my last slide, in fact, shows you what's actually happening in central London. On the left, you can actually see the sidewalks being extended, basically, and the middle picture actually shows what's actually happened over the last 3 months or so on. This 2-lane road has been changed to a 1-lane road, where the single lane has been reserved on the left for extending the sidewalk, and then the bike lane, basically. Now, that's happened all over central London. It's extremely difficult to drive a car in the City of London at the present time because of all of this changing in terms of how road space is being reconfigured. And this is, of course, happening while people are not at work. They're working from home, basically. Of course, the big shift to cars is seen on the right. This is the inner area, not the central area. The inner areas are actually gridlocked, basically. So we've squeezed, as it were, cars out of the centre through forms of distancing in this particular way and extending the sidewalks and so on, changing the road system. And people have taken to their cars in terms of the inner areas in that sense. And that's very typical of what's happening at the moment. Now, of course, the big question mark is, will this be the new normal? We don't know. But there will be massive regeneration of the existing physical stock to take account of new patterns of movement and new modes of transport and new online modes of doing the distance. Now, I'm going to stop at that point and hand back to the president of the university and the deputy mayor to take us further. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions on this when we go to the question and answers, the Q&A, a little later on. Thank you. So you can stop my screen sharing at this point. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Professor Michael Batty talked about London in the post-COVID-19 era, specifically about changes in traffic and pattern. Let us go back to the first question. Well, if we take a look at Korea, it was a capital of a country that was not so well known, but ever since the rapid development after the Korean War, we have become a city that is being benchmarked by developing countries. More recently, we are in the limelight because of our popular culture, such as films and K-pop. Dr. Merrifield, could you share with us your impressions of Seoul?
Yes, I've only been to Seoul one time, and this was, I think, in 2015 for a short trip for a conference. I was there for about a week. And what struck me about Seoul when I was wandering around the city, which is very often the way in which I glean much of my information, it seems to be sensual. It's often based on observation. It's a slightly different tack to Mike Batty's understanding of cities. But that presentation, by the way, was very, very informative. And thanks, Mike. It was very good. I thoroughly enjoyed it. My experience of Seoul was one of dignity. I was very struck by the public realm in Seoul being imbued with this kind of dignity, that people were very respectful. There was an understanding that there were individuals that were in a public realm. They were part of society. They were part of a civic culture. It was very peaceful. It was incredibly quiet, given the amount of traffic, given the amount of people living in Seoul. I was struck by just how serene and actually quite silent the city was. And this peaceability was something that I came away with. Now, I mention the public realm is because I just think that the public realm is something that I think needs to be defended. I feel a little uneasy about talking to an audience here, talking about a post-COVID era, talking about the way in which the coronavirus has affected cities, and talking from the UK standpoint, which has handled it very badly. And it strikes me that in South Korea and in Seoul in particular, you've handled it far better than it's been handled in Boris Johnson's Britain. So that is the caveat that I make, that I feel a little uneasy about giving any advice. So anything I would have to say is in some way guarded and is generic and is based on my own experiences with Europe, Western Europe, and particularly the United States. And some of the experiences I've had there and what we see unfold right now is a problem of how to deal with a virus, but it's a bigger problem in terms of what constitutes the public realm. What is the public realm for? Because my suspicion is that in Seoul, I would imagine that there's less conflict around people wearing masks. I would imagine that there's much more of an acceptance that one is in public, one has to be responsible for oneself, and one has to guard the health of others in the public realm. It's a social contract that one is engaged in. And I think that in the United States and in the UK, that social contract is broken down. So we hold these super conflicts between mask wearers and non-mask wearers. In the United States, it's reached a level of absurdity when people are suggesting that wearing a mask is somehow undermining their own personal liberty, their own freedom of speech, that it's unconstitutional. And people are flagrantly wandering around in public without wearing masks. So I think that my first comment, my first take, and my first cut into that question from the president of the university is that one needs to understand and guard and keep intact some kind of civil social contract around the uses of the public realm, that the public realm is the domain of society, not just individuals who have free will to do what they want, that there is some kind of social contract. So I think that reconstituting the city based around what is the public realm, accepting that it always is conflictual what goes on in cities, it always is around about problems of class, problems of different inequalities, problems of income, problems of poverty, problems of homelessness, problems that I suspect are much more typical of Western Europe and United States than they are of South Korea. But all these questions need to be put in place around how can we reconstitute the city based on some form of urban social contract where people are aware that they have rights, they have the right to the city, but they also have duties that they belong to a public realm which involves other people. And keeping that in mind and bearing that in mind and using that in some ways as a building block, I think is vitally important, because we have pretty much the worst case scenario in the UK and in Britain. And a lot of that can be traced back to the origins of British politics and American politics. Certainly I'm, and Mike is as well, we're both old enough to have lived under Margaret Thatcher. And I think once a prime minister suggests that there's no such thing as society, only individuals and families, that bodes very badly with dealing with a pandemic.
Thank you, Dr. Merrifield. That was very interesting. So through experience and senses, you have experienced Seoul and you have been able to share that with us. That was very interesting. During COVID-19, the rights and freedom of individuals, as well as why we live in a society, are some of the questions that are on my mind as well. So we are part of a society, which means that to some extent there will be limitations in the freedom of individuals. And so I go back to the social contract of Rousseau. Thank you very much for your interesting comments. We would now like to turn the floor to Vice Mayor Kim Ak-jin so that he may share with us why the city is interested in regeneration. Vice Mayor, currently we are within the pandemic situation, but now we need to take a look at the post-COVID-19 situation. We need to take a look at what our cities will look like. Having listened to our two scholars, I would like to mention that in Seoul and in Korea, we do have a history of rapid development. Well, compared to the two gentlemen, maybe I'm a bit younger, and to the best of my memory, within the Korean society, those who experience the changes in the Korean society, I believe that we have experienced a bigger change in a shorter amount of time compared to the changes you experienced in the UK over a longer period of time. If we take a look at the changes in the cities and urban regeneration, if we take a look at our past, when I was 15 years old, I first used electricity when I was 15. I'm sure that both of you probably had electricity ever since you were born. But for me, I used electricity for the first time when I was 15. Sneakers. The first time that I wore sneakers rather than just rubber slippers was when I was a middle school student. In 1963, we had 2.5 million people, but in 30 years, we grew to 10 million people in Seoul, which means that we grew by twofold every 10 years. When I was a university student, all of Seoul was covered with slum areas.
And so we had many people who were living in poverty. Those slum areas were just being redeveloped when I was a university student, just 30 years ago. We did not have sewage facilities in Seoul. So what did you do with the water that was used? It just flew into rivers and streams. In just 30 short years, we are now talking about urban regeneration. And now we are in a similar situation. So we are speaking about a similar urban situation. That really is amazing right there. The yesterday that I remember as a university student, those memories, especially I have memories of the times before the times of electricity, but I believe that the change that I have already experienced will not be as large as the change that we will experience in the future. I believe that in the post-COVID-19 era, we will experience even bigger changes. So maybe we can prepare for these changes because we have already experienced a large change in my lifetime. If we take a look at the situation of Seoul, we went through a period of development. Now we are in a stage of mature growth. The population is no longer increasing in Seoul. And we continue to try and become a sustainable city. And we try to revive our economic capabilities. And so the issues on our minds right now are quite similar to the issues of the Western cities. And so we have caught up very quickly. But we are, I think, on the same page right now. Having said that, I would like to add Dr. Merrifield mentioned that in the current pandemic situation, there are conflicts over masks. I have my mask right here with me. Right here with me, I have my mask. So when I come to work in the morning until I go home, I always wear a mask. I don't wear a mask when I'm alone in my office, but whenever I have anyone in my office or anywhere else, I would wear a mask. On the bus, on the subway, in meeting rooms, I would take it off when I sleep, of course, and I hang it around my neck just so I don't lose it. In the Korean society, why do everyone wear masks? Why are people not resistant to masks? And why are we so well aware of masks protecting myself and others from viruses? We have about 100 or less confirmed cases per day across the country. Most of the cases are traceable and manageable, and so disease control activities and economic activities are happening in parallel. We have never had a lockdown, a full shutdown yet in the Korean society. We are also fearful of the virus, just like Western countries. But just like I have mentioned before, if this pandemic situation would lead to an economic shutdown, if it would make it very difficult for us to lead economic activities, if it would make communities difficult, then the growth and the development of the Korean society would stop here. And we may actually go back to the times when I was a boy, when we had no sneakers and we had no electricity. I think Koreans remember those times. They remember the times when we were so poor that we could not wear sneakers or use electricity. We always focus on the fact that if we work together, we can move further forward. It's in our memories of those times. And so that's why we're all wearing masks, to make sure we don't go back to those times of difficulties. And I think when someone makes suggestions that we should wear masks so that we do not go back in time, that everyone agrees to wear a mask. I think personally that's probably why people are less resistant to masks. So Dr. Merrifield, maybe that's the answer to that difference. Thank you very much. I would also like to add to this dialogue. As you're well aware, the development history of Seoul is quite similar to the development history of our country overall. We had a compact period of high growth and development, and so we actually overcame poverty, hunger, in a short amount of time. And so we are very agile in adapting to change. And so in this pandemic situation, I think that social capability is exploding in responding to COVID-19. In other words, I think we have high social resilience. And I think we have had a buildup of this resilience throughout the high growth period. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. So in responding to unprecedented situations such as COVID-19, in order to overcome the situation and move forward, we do need solidarity and cooperation across the globe. I can relate to that. So from an urban perspective, we need solidarity and cooperation between the citizens. So our two scholars from the UK, what is your opinion of Korea's response to COVID-19? Have you ever seen how we are responding to COVID-19 on the news? Could you share with us your opinions? Maybe we can go to Professor Batty first.
Yes. Thank you, President. Let me say a few things about what we know about Korea. We appreciate that in Korea you have had quite severe outbreaks, which are highly localized in some sense, and you've been very good at contact tracing, track and trace in some particular context, and you've been able to suppress the virus quite dramatically. The graphs or the pictures I showed about the movement of people, basically, in Seoul versus London, for example, is quite characteristic of the fact that you've been very successfully conquered or you've suppressed, basically, COVID-19 in that sense. And the whole issue about wearing masks and so on, I must confess that I too have a mask as well here in that sense, and my Chinese friends keep sending me masks, basically. I don't know whether you can actually read that, but every time there are reports in the British press about our problems with COVID-19, my friends in Hong Kong send me a box of masks, basically. So we do wear a lot of masks in central London, but it does vary enormously in that sense. So part of our inability to deal with the virus is this issue about not really understanding the impact of it. I think, too, one of the things that's important is that in the Far East, for example, with your rapid development of cities over the last 50 years or so, we've had nothing like that. We've had plenty of development, and it's been fairly basic in some sense, but nevertheless, we've not had the rapid development that you've had in Korea, for example. And this has actually made us a little bit less sensitive to changes pertaining to health, etc., to public health in particular. So I think culturally and in terms of the rate of development, this has had an impact. And you see these differences in the way we're responding now in this particular context. So our view about the suppression of the virus is that you've been much more successful in being able to suppress it. And you mentioned, I think the President and the Deputy Mayor mentioned this question about the impact on the economy. This is perhaps the biggest debate at the present time in the UK, the issue about public health versus the issue about the nature of the economy. It's a trade-off in some respects, and it's a trade-off that we've found very difficult to do. One of our problems, I think, is that there is much more severe impact on the economy in Britain than there would be in terms of this virus in Korea. That would be my view at the present time. We have a very large proportion of our workers who are no longer working, and this has been true for almost the entire year since we locked down on March the 23rd. really only about 60% of our population, or 60% of our workforce are locked down, and about 40% are back at work. At the lockdown earlier on this year, we had something like 20% of our workforce working as essential workers, and the other 80% locked down, either not working or working from home. One of the things I'd just like to mention too is that there are other things. There are other major changes happening in terms of cities globally at the present time. One of the major changes is things that we can't see. It's the introduction of information technology. The fact that we're having this conference here using Zoom, these technologies are really only become available within the last 5 years or so. Imagine the pandemic had been, the pandemic of the kind we've got at the moment had been true 15 years ago. We never would have had these technologies to communicate. It's almost a perfect storm. We have these new technologies that are really sweeping through modern society, global society, and at the same time we have this pandemic in some senses. And the impact of these technologies over the next 50 years is going to be as unpredictable, I think, as indeed the pandemic itself has been. So we face this great era of unpredictability in terms of cities. And of course, as planners and as interested citizens, stakeholders involved in all of this, we really need to know how to respond. So we have to rethink the way we actually respond to many of these crises and many of these challenges. I'll stop at that point and hand it back to the President and the Deputy Mayor.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. We would like to listen to Dr. Merrifield before we go to the next topic.
Yes, I would just reiterate a lot of what Mike says there, that my understanding and looking at how South Korea has handled the pandemic has been very positive, has been very effective, and almost at every level. And the fact that you haven't had a major shutdown is miraculous in a way. What I would like to just add or follow on from was what Mr. Kim said, the Vice Mayor, about the sense of history that he was talking about, alluding to, of how many Koreans remember what it was like before sneakers and before electricity, important as sneakers are, as cultural items. I know that for young people. But it struck me that there was a sense of history. And one thing that just always amazes me, coming from Britain and having a lot of dealings with the United States, I live in part of the time in France as well, but French have much more of a sense of their own history. But is this idea that somehow people have forgotten about those kinds of important things? They've forgotten that that there was once no electricity. They've forgotten that there was once they couldn't easily get sneakers. They've just been overwhelmed with quite the opposite, an ideology that says that they can have everything. They can spend their money, that it's free will. As long as they have money, they can in some way affirm their own individual liberty. They can consume galore. And we've had governments and an economic system over the past 30 years that's almost encouraged that to happen, is to encourage this consumption, is to encourage one's free will, the free market, the free choice of the consumer. The consumer has sovereignty. It's an ideology that it certainly goes back to the 1980s, and people have even, sort of younger people today who engage in that, and some older people as well, barely remember Margaret Thatcher, but that sense of the inculcation of a notion of individualism, possessive individualism, has really is deep in the psyche of people. And I think that is one reason why people have quite a hard time accepting that there are boundaries now that should draw around that consumer activity, that you can't have 3 cars, that you can't have all these consumer durables, that you can't have just a free will just to not wear a mask and wander around Oxford Street at will and consume like you did before, that there has to be some sense in which there are changes in mind into the very nature of everyday life in the city. And clearly that involves some nature of infrastructure. But it also just does require some change of ideology. That there has to be some way now that the state can intervene and say, no, we can't keep consuming. That even though in the interim, now that there's a fear of using mass transit, which is quite understandable, that the rise in car usage and looking at some of the levels of the return to increased levels of emission levels in parts of Britain now suggests that this only has to be a temporary thing. We have to somehow lure people back in some kind of post-COVID world to using public transport. But it isn't mass transit per se that's the problem. It's when you have a society that really has undermined the public transit. You know, traveling by train, traveling in the public realm, traveling by bus, it's seen somehow as, you know, you're a poor person if you have a car. So it has a bad reputation, the public realm. And that's something that British people and American people too, after all, they did have a Marshall Plan in the post-war period. They did have, you know, Franklin D. Roosevelt and a New Deal that was very much around the public realm, the workers' progress projects, you know, the public infrastructure that they built after the war, that they saw, you know, the mass destruction of the war as a collective opportunity. And I think that seeing now the post-pandemic world as a collective opportunity has to be an opportunity that one can reaffirm the public realm, that it isn't a secondary citizen, that we want good public transport, we want more trains, we want less crowded trains, so run more of them, make bigger trains, make them more seductive, invest in this kinds of stuff. So there are ways in which the hardware, if you like, of the public infrastructure relates to the software, and that's the ideological mentality of people who have other ideas. Now, how one is going to do that remains to be seen. I think we've seen it already a little bit with Boris Johnson's own blush with COVID-19. My wife works on food in London, on obesity, and particularly obesity around young kids getting fatter, eating junk food, consuming more sugary drinks. And she's campaigned for a long while to try and get some reduction of advertising on the tube. And she's been working with Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, around these issues. And it's been a tremendous battle around getting any interest in that. So after Boris Johnson has this near-death encounter, and a lot of it is attributed to him being overweight, morbidly obese. He now has picked up on this idea that this is kind of important. So it's almost as if, you know, one has to sort of, you know, almost die before it becomes an idea. Oh yes, this isn't a bad idea. You know, this is quite a good idea after all. That there's something, you know, that we can do collectively in the public realm to stop this mass consumption and the free reign of soft drink companies and the food manufacturers and McDonald's advertising to kids. So perhaps there has to be there's a critical figure of numbers of people who have to die before people will recognize actually, you know, this is quite a serious thing that we all need to think about as a civilization, and there can be no return to the old norm of consumption. And one pair of sneakers is good, but when you have 15 and each Saturday, that's the only thing you know what to do is to go out and buy another pair of sneakers. Now that is a problem.
Well, he shared with us his personal experiences, and he also gave us the stories of London's daily lives, and it was very interesting. Thank you so much. And now, let me change our topic slightly. So it is about the highest level topic, these changes in city life in the post-COVID era. As two professors have mentioned, COVID-19 is bringing changes to every aspect of our society, and we have to come up with the city strategy and planning, and SMG, Seoul Metropolitan Government, is also putting so much thought into this. And please, Mr. Kim, the Vice Mayor, Kim Hak-jin, will give us the future plans of Seoul Metropolitan Government to respond to COVID-19. And the two professors, please add to his comments after he finishes his remarks.
Before I begin, I would like to share with you how Seoul and Korea has been responding to COVID-19. As both of you have mentioned, concerning COVID-19, the situation is quite unpredictable. And because it is so unpredictable, the city of Seoul and the Korean government, the first approach that we adapted is that we become transparent with all of the information. When there's one confirmed case or two confirmed case, whether we can control the situation or not, whether we can make forecasts or not, we try to be as transparent as possible by opening our information, even to the extent of sharing what we can do and cannot do. If we take a look at foreign media, Korea is sometimes being reported as a country that is restricting the rights of individuals, or that we are violating the privacy of patients by disclosing their private life. But I don't think that is true. The Korean society is a very democratic society, and it is not a society where we are restricting or manipulating civic society or individuals. We are disclosing all of the information that we have. We talk about our limitations as well, and we ask for the cooperation of our citizens. Wearing masks is along the same lines. We cannot force people to wear masks. We can ask for their cooperation. And we see that people are voluntarily wearing masks. At the same time, we continue to look for new approaches to contain the disease. For example, when I come into this conference hall, I would use my cell phone to upload my QR code, and then I would tap into the office or the conference hall with my smartphones and my QR code, and then there would be a record of me stepping into the conference hall. And if there is an issue of someone who participated in this conference, then we can let everyone at the conference know about that issue. But we would not disclose that information to people outside of this conference. So we are continuing to use new technologies, new methodologies, and cooperation from individuals and civic societies. Furthermore, our first confirmed case was on January 24th, to the best of my memory, and ever since then, it's been about 8 to 9 months. Centered around our Prime Minister, all of the government agencies, all local governments, and even down to the smallest government organizations, at 8:30 in the morning, we would share the situation every single day. And we would review the previous day and what to do on that specific day. And so throughout this process, I think we have been able to build the capacity to respond through the COVID-19 situation.
And I believe that that has been very effective. Of course, the current situation is a crisis, and we're not sure how long we need to manage this situation. That is for sure. We continue to ask for the understanding and cooperation of the citizens, and we can manage the situation only based on the cooperation and understanding of the citizens. After COVID-19, just like Professor Batty has mentioned, we need to focus on the policies for urban spaces. So in the past, we always thought about having a commercial area, industrial area, residential area, and we would separate the city by functions. So you would take your car to work because these functions are divided. But now we see changes in our behavior because of COVID-19. There is more work at home. And so do we still need these functional segregations? Do we need the separation of residential areas and commercial areas, even the separation between homes and offices? Now we can look for new approaches, and we need to look for new approaches. We have discussed this even before COVID-19, but COVID-19 has accelerated these discussions. And so we now think about how to approach these issues. For example, we believe that communities will become more important. Community-based shared economy will become more important as well. And like Dr. Merrifield has mentioned, even when this happens, at the same time, we need to think about public transportation. We need to think about how to make the public realm more pleasant for more people to live in. We cannot go back to everyone driving their cars. And so, based on COVID-19, there will be some changes, and we cannot go back to things as it were before COVID-19. We need to continue along the same goals for sustainability, for example, bringing down emissions, and also making sure that we make public transportation more convenient so that we can become a society that consumes less energy and emits less. These large ideas need to continue regardless of COVID-19. But at the same time, clearly, we need to work with the civic society, especially the Seoul Metropolitan Government. We always focus on cooperating and participating on the side of civic societies. The changes of the future in terms of urban areas, we are still confused. We are still in the process of learning.
Well, thank you so much for the remark. So, Vice Mayor talked about the current status of responding to COVID-19 and how we are dealing with this health issue. And as for urban space planning, we need to know. We need your advice from the two scholars in the UK. So can you give us your advice about urban planning? Dr. Merrifield? Can you go first? Sure. Because among the books you have published, one of the impressive topic is the politics of the encounter. So by encountering in a physical space, people have true communications, and through that communication, social justice can be achieved. That was one of the messages of your book, the politics of the encounter. For just a society and for livable community, we need to have face-to-face encounter. That may be the interpretation of your message in that book. But in the post-COVID era, how can we continue face-to-face interaction and communication? Social distancing is a must for better quarantine. But when we look at history, face-to-face interaction is very essential for communication. On that, we'd like to hear your insight.
That's a big question. Thank you for asking it. It's a very difficult one. It's clear that it's an absurdity to just suggest that all social life gravitates around face-to-face interaction. So clearly, we're always going to be talking about a mix of technology such as this, such as virtual communication, mixed with face-to-face. And I think that one of the important things that goes with that is they're both seen to be synonymous, not in some way antagonistic. That one gets the impression that it's either or, that it has to be all face-to-face and all sort of, nice compact city, which can be actually quite confining, and also quite confining for the person. Or on the other hand, you're sitting at home all day, just in front of your computer screen, just communing with your friends, across the street or whatever. There's, so there has to be some way in which the two can coexist. Now, it's clear too that writing a book in 2013 called The Politics of the Encounter, which is the book I wrote, which I understand has been translated into Korean, and thinking about that notion of encounter today, that it's very, things have changed somewhat. That was very much almost a post-2011 Occupy scenario of how people were getting together in the streets and forming assemblies and forming collectivities, and the various street manifestations around the power of finance and Wall Street, and we are the 99% was the slogan that was used in those days. So this book emerged directly out of that era, if you like, which seems like an era that has been in some way surpassed, overcome. Because now what we're having seems to be the politics of the de-encounter, is the politics of separation, the politics of segregation. And we've seen this unfold most menacingly in the United States around what the Black Lives Matter and some of the white supremacists and some of the antagonisms that get in some way cross-cut there as well around mask wearers and non-mask wearers. So we're seeing the public realm, certainly in certain United States and in Britain, in tatters. So trying to reconfigure how one can re-encounter what has been de-encountered is a job for planners. What kind of public spaces can we make that can entice people to feel safe in the city again, to make them excited, but also to make people want to come back to live in the city, because we shouldn't forget that there has been a tremendous exodus. Wealthy people have left London. Some, a majority of them have come back, but there's been a tremendous exodus. There's been a massive exodus across most cities, whether it'll be New York, London, Tokyo, Paris, San Francisco, of younger people. Younger people have discovered that actually, if we go back and work with our parents and work remotely, we don't have to pay the extortionate rents in New York or in Paris or in Tokyo. And the fact that we can work remotely now does suggest that young people fleeing the city is a real problem, because this is almost historically the antithesis and the counterflow to what has happened. Young people historically have always gravitated towards cities because cities were the places where they liberated themselves, they discovered themselves, they encountered other people, they read books, they argued about politics, they demonstrated on the streets, they fell in and out of love. They did all these kinds of things in cities, and cities gave young people almost an existential rite of passage. Now, we have a problem with civilization if young people are fleeing cities. So for me, if I was just to say, what is the number one scenario we need to deal with to make a post-COVID city resilient, I would say that we need to make it affordable for ordinary people. We need to use urban planning to entice people back, but we need to use urban planning and use the political leverage, and this would be a job for city mayors, is to try and conceive some program of affordable housing. We have office space that workers are no longer using. There's every likelihood that they won't return to work in those conditions. there will be a glut of office space. There's been an overbuilding of office space for many, many years. Most of it has been done hugely speculatively. It's been very lucrative in terms of the sort of financial services that were going on there. But now we're seeing this kind of space redundant. So are there any opportunities that we can rezone those office spaces and convert them into family homes, affordable housing for young families, for single people? Can we rezone some of the areas that are exclusively commercial and make them residential? Can we begin to think about how we can mix use space, how we can make apartments affordable but sizable, with balconies, some sense of outdoor space that people can actually congregate and encounter each other in? Because it has been known that one is 20 times more likely to catch the coronavirus indoors and outdoors. So can we conceive a way in which now city life can be more open air? Can we think of street markets? Can we in some way cultivate street fairs? Can we block off streets? Technology would be very useful to think about how we can navigate the different traffic flows. Can we orchestrate some kind of affordable housing? What kind of plan can lure people back? What kind of plan can lure people back? And I think one plan is to try and intervene in the markets that can control rents, that can control speculative investment, that can control certain activities in a city that I would call parasitic. In other words, they're there to extract rather than to produce. Often gleaning land rents. Rent is a classic example of something which is parasitic. Is there any way that we can rezone certain neighborhoods to make them little artisanal zones? One of the big things in the United States is the resurgence of microbreweries, little distilleries that crop up in old deindustrialized spaces. Is there any way we can, have some kind of grant that can give rent holidays and certain stimulations and incentives for people to start up little productive activities for small businesses, whether they be furniture makers, carpenters, little breweries, arts and crafts, bakers, all these kind of activities that I would call generative. And if you put them in a context where there's affordable housing and mixed usage, then you can get a vibrant space going again. So this can be one way you can entice people to come back to the city to feel safe, but it has to be economically viable. And I think that cities themselves need to be empowered with some way in which they can intervene in the land markets. Sadiq Khan is a progressive mayor, and I'm a fan of some of his activities, but he's pretty much hidebound to what he can do in London. He's done a great job with reducing traffic emissions, but it's very difficult for him to intervene in anything else. So what kind of democratic interventory powers can we bestow on governments in participation with local communities, in participation with architects, in participation with academics who know about big data like Mike Batty, who have the power to devise strategies of futuristic strategies? Can we mix the virtual with the physical? Can we mix the computers with the politics? Do we have the political will to intervene in these ways? And that will upset people too, I think. Stopping speculative development, limiting rents in the housing market, limiting rents in the commercial market. But strikes me as the only way that you can make a city livable again and lure back all these young people who always have offered so much with creative capacity. And I think it would be a terrible loss for cities if it just had older rich people and older very poor people.
Thank you for your remarks. Dr. Merrifield has mentioned that in London and New York, the richer actually move to the inner city because of COVID-19. Will we see that in Seoul as well? We are quite interested to see.
And within the situation of COVID-19, we need to enable the youth to live safely by providing affordable housing. And so city planning is indeed very important. So from an urban space perspective, how can we respond to COVID-19? We would like to go to Professor Badi. It's difficult to predict the changes in urban spaces after COVID-19, but I think Daniel Berry, who invented the telephone 200 years ago, to the best of my memory, when he first invented the telephone, many people who were researching space said that if we are able to communicate without meeting using a telephone, then we can reduce unnecessary mobility. But some people said, no, there will be more people moving around because of more communication. In the long term, for 50 years, everyone moved into the city, and then we expanded the city after that. So after COVID-19, what will be the changes that we see in transportation and the lives of people in the cities? I'm sure that this will impact space. Of course, it's difficult to make short-term predictions, but maybe, personally, I think maybe we will follow the pattern of after the invention of the telephone. Professor Badi, since you have done research in urban spaces, what do you believe would be your advice related to urban regeneration?
Okay, there are many points that I'd like to respond to, and certainly let's begin with talking about this impact of the telephone. One of the most interesting things, if you look at the history of the telephone, is that we still find it very difficult to know what impact it's had on the shape and form of cities. And this is particularly true when we talk about not the telephone, but the computer to some extent, the very technology that we're using here, which is a combination clearly of telephone lines and computation and a whole range of different digital technologies. The impact on the city is very hard to actually figure out. And it's very easy to know why that's the case, because largely what we do with respect to those technologies is invisible to us. It's invisible in the sense that we find it very hard to actually map it or track it in some particular context. It's digital in that sense. It's highly personal in this particular way. So there is a real challenge, I think, in looking at the impact of information technology on our cities. And of course, all of this began long before COVID-19, in a sense, and it'll be there when COVID-19 is gone, if we've conquered the disease and so on, in this sense. So it's really a major challenge. Let me actually make a number of points that come out of this. That the deputy mayor talked about data, and Andy mentioned that we're in the era of big data and so on. And it's this whole question of the transparency of data. You could say that one of the great successes of career in dealing with the virus is the transparency of information and data. And indeed, this is a major issue everywhere, and it varies enormously between different cultures. For example, in Britain, we have quite strong confidentiality and privacy laws with respect to data that is collected. For example, it's not possible for our population census to collect income data. Income data is produced by government in some senses, but generally speaking, we're not allowed by Parliament to ask a question about a person's income. And that gives an indication that there are some quite profound differences, say, for example, between the United States and Britain in this particular context. And it could be regarded as part of this whole question of how confidential, how private data is. But there's another aspect of this. Much of the data that's now being collected is not being collected by the public sector, by the public realm. It's being collected by private corporations. And they basically put value on data. Our own data is collected. The Google mobility reports, for example, nobody asked if you use Google or have an Android phone or something like that. Some of your data is in these Google mobility reports. Nobody asked you whether they could collect that data, and so this whole question of the marketplace for data is incredibly important. And there are some major issues. I don't know enough about Korea and about how you've used information with respect to dealing with the virus, but I'm pretty sure that there are some quite major differences in between Britain, for example, or between Western Europe, for example, and Korea in that particular context. There are these, and they're cultural differences, they're differences of organisation and so on. They're historic in some senses, but nevertheless they exist. And they're important in handling something like COVID-19. So that's one issue. The Deputy Mayor made a couple of points about some of the technologies that have been developed in Korea and used in Korea, such as tracking people and entering a restaurant, for example, and giving you a QR code. Now, of course, in the UK, we have many of these different technologies that are being used with respect to the virus, and they're not necessarily completely new in the sense that they existed before COVID-19. But one of our problems in Britain is consistency. You might go in a restaurant one day and the restaurateur would, or the host would ask you for your QR code, and indeed you may give it, but you might go in the same restaurant a week later and they wouldn't ask you. It's consistency to some extent. We're not very consistent. We're quite good at inventing things in Britain, but we're actually very, very bad at implementing them, making them work in some sense. And if you look at the history of British technology, that's indeed extremely clear in that sense. So in some senses, these technologies, to operate them successfully, you have to be consistent. You have to be open and transparent too. I agree with all of that, but you have to be consistent. So that's another point that comes out of this. Let me also make a point that relates to spaces in cities, the whole urban planning thing. One of the great issues that the pandemic has raised is it's introduced this great paradox. I like to think of the 19th century as being the century when people drifted to cities. They moved rapidly to cities, concentration. The 20th century, we had this clean break to some extent in the middle to late 20th century when people began to move out of cities, not only suburbanization, but exurban. And then in the last 20 or 30 years, we've seen this return to some extent to cities in a fairly minor way. So these are the waves of concentration, deconcentration, then concentration again. And it's led to this notion about the compact city. And what's been happening, I think, in many cities around the world is that we have actually begun to squeeze out the car to some extent. And we've to squeeze out the car and to move towards alternative travel technologies, modes and so on, bikes and walking and this kind of thing. It's not a massive movement, but it's definitely significant. Now, the pandemic has changed all of this. It's introduced this paradox that it's made more of us walk. I've walked a lot more during the pandemic. I don't, I'm vulnerable basically in terms of age, etc. And so consequently, I would not get onto a tube or a bus and so on. In that context, I'm scared of catching the virus in that way. So I've walked more. But at the same time, in traveling longer distances, people are taking to their cars. And that's a paradox in some sense, because no one ever expected this. We expected there to be a gradual move away from the car, more walking, more biking and this kind of thing, more public transport, not less. So we have this paradox to deal with how we actually think about our cities in terms of future transportation and different modes of transportation. It isn't at all clear, what the most appropriate basis would be. It's almost too early to actually, it's never too early to think about this, but it's almost too early to say exactly what a good situation would be in a post-COVID world in this sense. I agree with Andy, who raised this whole question about affordability, and also his points about the public realm and the destruction of the public realm. Affordability is one of the great issues, again, that is being changed dramatically by the pandemic, or could change by the pandemic, and could change for the better. In the sense that in most cities, in most big cities anyway, world cities, housing has just become unaffordable for not just the young, but also the middle-aged in that sense. And in some senses, much of that is related to the way development is organised, the people who have control over it, and so on, in this particular context. So this is a major issue, this thing. And then the last point, one of the last points that the Deputy Mayor made, which is pre-COVID, really, pre-pandemic, which nevertheless is very important, is this notion about the segregation of different activities, that if you like, this is the notion that cities should be more diverse. We should mix things up more. If you go back to the middle of the 20th century and even before, the general notion was that you kept different things apart from one another. Although it was people like Jane Jacobs who made the point many years ago that really diversity was the thing that really should be encouraged in terms of cities. So diverse land use. Mixed uses is sometimes the term which is used for this. And that, I think, is pre-COVID. There was much more development of these ideas in that context, and that will continue, I think. That's another important piece in the jigsaw. And indeed, it is a big jigsaw, this, that we can't arrange all the pieces in the right way in a time of uncertainty in this context. But nevertheless, we need to think of it as being putting these things together in an appropriate context. And there's a multiplicity of perspectives on this, a multiplicity of ideologies and views in some sense. So we need to, in my own personal view, is we need to be very pluralistic about thinking about the future city. Many different perspectives need to somehow be brought together to think about how we can create more livable environments and more sustainable environments for our populations at large.
베티 교수님의 좋은 말씀.
Well, thank you, Professor Betty, for your great comment. Well, the paradox of COVID-19, that was ringing in my ears. That gives us so much thought to think, so much things to think about. So diversity of the city and using the city space for multi-purposes, those are great points. So we have three distinguished thinkers to talk about the impact of COVID-19 and post-COVID-19 reality. It is a great honor for me, and I think this was also a very insightful time for many people watching this online. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the three discussants once again, that this was very meaningful and relevant for me as well, and especially Professor Mike Batty and Dr. Andy Merrifield shared with us their insights and their distinct perspective that will be very helpful for Seoul Metropolitan Government to come up with policies. And Korean Academic Society members who are great fans of these two professors would have enjoyed this time. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time and thank you for your attention. Have a great day.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
네, 고맙습니다. 이것으로 저희 이틀간 진행되었던 2020 서울 도시재생 국제 컨퍼런스의 모든 일정이 마무리가 되었습니다. 다시 한번 열정적으로 참여해 주신 모든 연사분들과 또 온라인으로 시청해 주신 모든 분들께 시간에 대해서 그리고 많은 열정에 대해서 감사 인사 전해드리겠습니다. 저희는 더 알찬 내용으로 다음 컨퍼런스 때 또 인사드리도록 하겠습니다. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to wrap up all of the programs that we had prepared for the Seoul Urban Regeneration International Conference 2020. And we thank all of our participants as well as our speakers and the audiences for their avid participation over the last 2 days. And we also hope to be able to see you again at our next conference. So please stay safe and healthy, and we will see you next time. 네, 다음 컨퍼런스 때까지 모두 다 건강하고 또 행복하게 지내시고 다음에 또 더 좋은 모습으로 찾아뵙겠습니다. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen.